Big thumbs up. Thank you. I won't start with dismissing witnesses. I'm going to get ahead of myself. I declare open this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts for the inquiry into the challenges and opportunities within the Australian live music industry. I would like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri, Woiwurrung and Bunurong Bunwurrung peoples of the Eastern Kulin as the traditional custodians of Naarm, Melbourne City, and their continuing cultural and spiritual connections to this land, sea and waters. I pay my respects to Wurundjeri, Woiwurrung and Bunurong Bunwurrung ancestors and elders past, present and future. I also extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples who may be with us here today. By way of introduction, I'm Brian Mitchell, Chair of the Committee, and I'll quickly ask other members to introduce themselves, starting with the Deputy Chair.
Bridget Archer, I'm the Deputy Chair of the Committee and the Member for Bass in Tasmania.
And Zoe Daniel, the Member for Goldstein here in Melbourne.
Which takes in the Great Ocean Road and Torquay, Bellarine Peninsula.
And on the phone we have
Susan Templeman, the Member for Macquarie and Special Envoy for the Arts.
Thank you, members, and we're also joined by Sharon, who's our Secretariat Chair. I now call representatives of Contemporary Music Victoria. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Simone Schinkel and I'm the CEO of Music Victoria.
Thank you, Ms Schinkel. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. And I now invite you to make an opening statement if you wish.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the invitation to speak. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians on the lands on which Music Victoria undertakes its work across this entire state. As a bit of background, Music Victoria is an independent, not-for-profit organisation and the state peak body for music. We provide professional development, research, resources, a help desk, a statewide gig guide, advocacy, targeted promotion, and proudly celebrate all things Victorian music. With a membership now of almost 5,000, we represent musicians, venues, festivals, managers, producers, record labels, promoters, basically all music businesses and music professionals, as well as music lovers across the contemporary Victorian music community. And I would say I think that's one of our points of difference from many of the others you've already heard from in this inquiry. We also deliver the Victorian Music Development Office, which is an initiative of the Victorian Government focused on really driving innovation, inclusion and bolstering growth on a local level for global success. When this inquiry was announced, Music Victoria was actually already underway with our own industry consultation, which engaged with over 500 participants and included over 100 consultation hours, which is massive for such a small organisation. And so it's these conversations and the ideas that we've gathered that have significantly shaped what I will be presenting to you here today. And while the nature and extent of the impacts, as you have heard, differ for each kind of micro segment of the industry, we believe that they can be summarised in the following three most pressing challenges. And I won't go into details, but I do have the details if you'd like to hear them later. Summaries are economic and market shifts, regulatory and operational pressures, and then a deficit of strategic investment in long-term industry development. As such, to get to the solutions, we suggest focusing on three overarching priorities: to enhance our competitiveness and extend our reach, to empower our industry, and to invest in long-term whole-of-industry development and resilience. Getting to specifics, this means encouraging and facilitating the exploration and trialling of diverse and innovative business models, funding models, and different types of live music events. Funding and tax incentives for the small, community-focused and culturally significant businesses. These are our grassroots engine rooms. We'd also encourage the introduction of policies that safeguard and strengthen our market competitiveness and protect our IP, to streamline event delivery and regulations impacting on live music, offering targeted support to level the playing field for our most underrepresented and disadvantaged artists, and to maximise the momentum of our most promising by providing nimble and responsive support. Importantly, all of this needs to be underpinned with ongoing research. The recommendations and the specifics that have emerged from our own consultations are wide-ranging and numerous. Many you've already heard, and again, ours can be supplied separately. But when you have to make some really hard choices, Music Victoria encourages you to use this inquiry to address the music-specific issues and the root causes, while simultaneously protecting what we have before it's gone and it's too late. We believe that this comes down to the discoverability and the valuing of our local talent. As such, we need better arrangements for artists, whether that's being paid better by fees, via merch, via streaming, you name it. We also need to subsidise the grassroots venues that's no longer sustainable via alcohol. And we need to increase the discoverability, introducing local music content quotas everywhere: radio, streaming, film, television, on-hold music, live shows, on bills with internationals. And there is a precedent for content quotas. In Canada, regulations require that at least 35% of the selections that are broadcast between 6 a.m. and p.m. Monday to Friday must be Canadian, and that's separate to the 55% that must be French language on French language stations. Additionally, they've introduced new legislation, Bill C11, which was introduced in 2022 to require that if a user is on a platform like Netflix, Spotify and TikTok and has a Canadian IP address, the services are required to deliver back a certain amount of Canadian-created content in the search results. We need to be able to make the business of music viable at all levels, for musicians, for small grassroots venues, for festivals, for independent record labels, and for our audiences. The ways to do this are many, but the model is quite broken and we do have so much to lose. I also just want to touch on that some of the issues raised, like exclusion clauses, have come in to help the festivals and the venues make ends meet and sell tickets. The same can be said for increasing the merch cuts and not getting a One Music licence. Everyone in the industry is just trying to get by and make ends meet. And some are obviously more successful at that than others. But I ask you, who is looking after the whole? Because actually we all need each other and we need all parts working and sustainable if we're to ensure a music industry long into the future. The market is doing its thing, as it will, but we need government to protect the music industry for its social and cultural contributions to society. I've also got insights into the sustainability of live music venues, new models, insurance and young people's engagement, but I'll stop there and just respond as necessary from the committee.
Thank you, Ms Shinkle, and I'll go to members in a moment. But you made mention that you've got recommendations that you can share with us, but you haven't brought with you right now. Is that correct?
I can share them with you. I
want you to do it orally, because otherwise we'll
Yep.
run out of time, and I'm sure members have a lot of questions. Can I ask that you provide them to us on notice?
Yep.
That would be very helpful. And any information that you've got that pertains to the terms of reference of this inquiry, you've clearly done a ton of work already. We want to scoop that out of your brain and use it, right?
Absolutely.
So, I'll go to the Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And it's probably the case that a lot of the questions we ask might be contained in the information that you then send through. We've heard a lot about the change in models that is putting pressure on the sector, and you noted there in your conclusion that you had some more information about some alternative models, and I'd be interested to hear a little bit more about that.
One thing that we've noticed in terms of our live music venues, you've heard that they have often been subsidising the music through alcohol sales. I think we all need to be on the same page and all investing in the music, no longer competing against each other. We're about to embark on some work in Victoria, just starting with 3 venues and some consultants to really unpack what are the different levers you can pull? Is it selling food? There's not a huge margin on that. Is it opening up as a rehearsal studio during the day or a gym? Like, what are the different levers we can pull? In the UK, 25% of their venues are now not-for-profits, so that's something we want to explore, and what would be the process of transition from our current models into them. The ALNBC have already come to you with the idea about a levy on the stadium shows to be reinvested back. There are probably a few off the top of my head, but I think it doesn't work. So rather than trying to continue what we've been doing for so many years, we actually have to reinvent what live music looks like.
I'm also interested in your insights into those shifting demographics, particularly we've heard in that 18 to 25 year age group.
Yes, I did prepare some notes on that. So last year in August, and I note the pushes here as well so they can speak to that more explicitly, but we interviewed 500 Victorians aged 16 to 35 and asked questions about their attitude to music. And the festival market in that space is resilient for the over 18-year-olds, but there's a significant drop-off for those under 18. 16 had not yet attended a music concert and 29% had not yet attended a festival, compared to averages of 3% and 11% for the 19 to 35-year-olds. Only approximately 40% of the 16 to 18-year-olds are likely to attend a music festival at least annually, and that's 10% lower than where we would hope it would be, with 52% historically attending a festival by the time they were 18. And to get down to reasons, I'm trying to reduce my spending to essentials at the moment, or I have less disposable income. And this is where I think there are challenges, because it is the broader, can we change how the economy is working at the moment, I think is a big ask. But if we drill down into the music-specific issues, how can we motivate or subsidise the costs so that people can go out and attend those things despite the broader cost of living crisis? One of the most disagreed statements from the young people was that I'm concerned I won't enjoy myself, showing that the qualitative value of music remains strong. So that's always a good thing.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. I'll throw to Ms Templeman. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Yes. Thanks very much for sharing your insight. Can I pick up a bit just on what you were saying there around models that are less reliant on alcohol sales? Aside from what you've mentioned, are there other levers that you've yet identified that we can pull on that? I mean, getting the evidence base for it, I suppose, is challenging. So I'm just interested in exploring a little bit more your thinking there.
We think the not-for-profit model has some legs based on the UK. I also can note that we've just done an audit here in Victoria, hot off the press, and we've found that 192 venues in Victoria that are presenting music are now unlicensed, and they're not pubs. So our regular music presenters are not just pubs and clubs and places like that. So that shift has already happened and is in our data. The levy is one, but really we're actually engaging these consultants this time next week to start that conversation to go, do we close on Sundays because the rate of pay for employees is too much? Do we not open all the way till 7 a.m. or 3 a.m. because that blows the insurance cost, and what triggers implicate different avenues for making money or not? But the idea that the market can sustain itself in that space is challenging now, and that we absolutely need some new models.
And you mentioned insurance there, and you referred to bulk buying of insurance as a way to constrain the rising cost premiums. Have you seen this done anywhere else, or are there any other interventions government could do to assist with insurance?
We did investigate the insurance situation quite deeply, and I guess this is another thing that I'd share with the committee, is that it's not a music-specific issue. Yes, we are the canaries in the coal mine, but I'd be very worried of specifically subsidising this cost, because then it's just going to escalate the insurers and they'll charge more for it anyway. We're already approaching it in terms of mitigating against risk, trying to re-establish that risk profile, which we think is incorrect. We absolutely need an Australian provider back in the market. Now, if that's government, fantastic, but it's just... we had John Trowbridge actually do a report for us who said that it was market failure. We can't get the insurance we need to run our businesses. If you can't have a drink and stand on a dance floor, then it's not live music.
Thank you, Chair. I know the sound quality is difficult, so I will leave it to those of you who are in the room.
Thank you. Can I just, before I throw to Ms Daniel, Ms Schinkel, you mentioned Mr Trowbridge done that report. I don't think the Secretary would want the full report, but do you have like an executive summary or recommendations out of that you could also give to the committee?
Yes, absolutely. We did explore the option of the VMIA supporting Victorian venues, but again, moving to supporting clubs, while they do have the ability, I think in the past they've only supported childcare centres, so the leap from childcare centres to a pub is quite a dramatic shift, and also it's a short-term solution. It doesn't solve it on a national level, or I know there's been problems with building engineers as well, you know, in the past, and it feels like it's that happening again, but for a different sector.
Thank you. Ms Daniel?
Thank you, Chair. Just going to not-for-profit, can you just sort of flesh out what that looks like? Can you give us an example of how that's working? You said it's working perhaps in the UK. What's the shape of that? How does that actually look?
It does need some further investigation, but I guess the smaller venues, it's impossible to make money, and how in this current climate, because we've had rising costs across every part of their operations. So if there were offsets, whether that's income tax offsets or which comes with being a not-for-profit, then maybe that's an avenue that already exists in terms of a structure that could be worth exploring. Again, it does change, I guess, the model of the business and the industry, which has always been, you know, in the market, and so handing over that ownership to becoming a charity and not being the owner of the company, I think will take a really big mind shift for the business owners, but we're looking at everything because we just haven't found the solution yet.
So then that sort of provokes a question around whether that's something that that artists might support but venues won't. And what level of support do you think there is in the sector for the idea of not-for-profit?
I think everyone's committed to finding a new way, because at the moment the artists aren't winning, the venues aren't winning, the record companies, at least the independents, aren't winning. So we all acknowledge that there's massive problems that need to be unpacked. And if your businesses aren't hugely profitable and you can't bank on that, then you might as well, and you are already investing everything you make back into making it a music business. Like, the people in this business do it for the love, and they fundamentally just want to keep doing it and keep putting on bands and uncovering the next big thing. So, yeah, to make ends meet, do we raise the ticket price? You know, then we don't have consumers or audiences that can afford to pay that. So many of the levers that we would pull in our industry have flow-on effects, I guess, and so the more we can all get on the same page, and so rather than being versus each other, which I think is what we've seen happening with not taking out a one music licence or raising the merch fees or passing on all these costs to artists, and the artists are the ones that, you know, we have a supply of them, so we can take advantage of them and have been taking advantage of them. And I think while that's suitable for some people who have a background of support, I think we do limit what the Australian cultural identity can become and is known for when there's only certain people who can pursue a career in music.
Just to the all ages shows, and we've heard quite a lot about that during this inquiry. I'm interested in your perspective on that, and whether there's a potential unintended consequences where people won't come if there's not alcohol served. So you're looking for a younger market to get people into shows, but then that might restrict availability of alcohol, so then people over 18 might turn up. What are the sort of potential pitfalls in that approach, do you think?
I think we can not have a one-size-fits-all, I think, is what, even trying to lump all music venues together. They all operate so individually on different models. Some are taking a door split, some run on guarantees with no entry. So I think there still needs to be a diverse offering of all of the above. But some of the venues who can sell alcohol, we have particularly strict laws in Victoria that I know you've already heard about that make that divide challenging. Sometimes it's easier to see a band at a kid's school fete than it is to go to an actual venue and see the professionals do it. So that has some challenges around it. Also the idea of engaging with our young people to get them going sooner. We're starting to do it better with the little kids or the primary school ages. That seems to be where it's easy to make them stay next to you when you go to a gig. But when you get to the teen years, that's a real gap that the push has identified as well too. Yeah, we need them loving music and engaging with it and determining it on what they want, on their own terms. If they don't want to go to a pub, that's fine, but where do they want to go? If they don't want to go to a festival that's a 3-day camping festival, but they want to go to Sydney Mire Music Bowl for one big night, we've got to respond to that. And I think the industry is open and willing to respond to that, but we need the support to be able to change and trial and fail at some of these things, but keep going to find the next thing.
Goodness. Chair, I'm sort of, stretching the friendship here, I know, but just on that, I mean, as someone with teenagers, I'm curious what innovation could be done in the ticketing space. I mean, if I want to take if my 15-year-old wants to go to a concert, I have to go with her, or an adult has to go at full ticket price. And I don't necessarily, want to pay full ticket price for myself to see whatever the act is. Has there been?
And sometimes you can't even have a beer.
Exactly. Well, yes, and also it gets expensive, and there's all these limitations that you're talking about around cost of living. Has there been any sort of thought around that? Where you could have almost like a chaperone ticket, that's at a different cost or something like that, so to enable parents to take their kids to gigs.
I don't think that's been explored in depth. I would throw the push on that again, really diving into that. I know that the industry has been really embracing differing alternative models of ticketing for, audiences, First Nations audiences, people with a disability, to make sure that it is accessible to all different communities in our country. So I think that's absolutely an option. There is a companion card, I guess, basically. We do have those tickets for many events. But again, if you're taking up room, I think is the other challenge, and so is your young person. So if your young person isn't drinking in a venue that relies on alcohol to make ends meet, then it's also, why would they invite that audience into their space? It doesn't make business sense, which is why we need some help.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coker.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Finkel, for being with us today. Ms. Shrinkle, for being with us today. I'm from a regional area, and I'm interested to look at how do we in regional areas encourage live music festivals and get all the stakeholders involved. There is a festival in the town I live in, the Areas Inlet Music Festival. It's been going for over 10 years. It's been community driven, but one of the keys to it is that local government has actually played quite a strong role in giving them seeding funding, promoting it. It's changed, but it is still quite a vibrant festival. So I'm just wondering on your feedback on, for regional festivals, what role can local government play, and how do we actually continue to sustain those community festivals?
Thank you for the question. We have found that there is a good spread of festivals taking place regionally, so it's not that our regions are underserviced by any means. And I think it comes down to what the offering is. The more we can help local councils and tourism boards to understand what a music festival or a live music venue can do for your economy, for tourism, for social cohesion, like the more understanding we have about how useful music is in facilitating lots of these things in the community, the easier it is for them to get on board. We do a lot of work with the Live Music Office, who come in and work with local councils to make sure that the regulatory environment is fit for purpose to enable these things. We are hearing that it's very hard for festivals to move between locations because it's a different set of rules in every location. In terms of the community festivals that might not be for profit, I think, again, they have a model that encourages investment. And yeah, how big this scope of the inquiry wants to go, I think, is already ambitious. We are working with Community Music Victoria to try and play out some of this on balance, to go what is there for social and cultural significance and what is there as an economic driver for the region. And I think they do overlap, and often one starts out as a community initiative and then becomes financially viable. So I think particularly supporting them to make that leap is also really important, and the Victorian government's doing that just as we speak at the moment. So I think the more we can do in that space to, yes, encourage new ideas, but also support those that have been going and have the buy-in of the locals.
And under this inquiry, we have a focus also on musicians, encouraging young people to pursue a career in music, and those community festivals have an opportunity there. Are you aware of any festivals that actually have been successful in working with a range of stakeholders to bring more young people to be able to really experience what it's like to perform, what it's like to maybe produce or to take a role in festival event management? Have you got any suggestions about where that's occurred and how success, and why?
Again, sorry, I just know the Push is here. So the Push look after music and young people, and they have fantastic freezer program, which is most people in the music industry would have come through the freezer program at some point in time. We heard it over and over again in our consultations, that's what gets you hooked and that's what gets you started. So programs like that, as part of the One Night Stand or more than a One Night Stand series with Triple J, there are young people being engaged to take on placements and to upskill them. So the Push has, really jumped on that to, the more opportunities there are to engage.
Okay, so we'll ask some questions there. I just have one more question, Chair, and it was about what you mentioned. I found it, I thought it was worth exploring a little more. You talked about in Canada, they have a policy around only broadcasting Canadian music between certain hours. I'm interested in that because, it is one of the challenges, isn't it, getting the balance right between broadcasting overseas music talent and our own.
We need more Australian content on all platforms. We are global now, and so that creates challenges, and so we need to safeguard what is our own IP and what is our own identity and really support that. It's not something that's going to happen organically in the market. We've tried.
So in Canada, what hours do they broadcast only?
So no, sorry, it's not that they suddenly say between these times you must only play.
Okay.
It's instead that there's a certain percentage between the most popular hours of radio that it will be. We guarantee there'll be Canadian music. I'll have to pull back up.
Oh, well, look, even if you could provide that information to us.
Yeah, something like
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, 35% between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Has to be Canadian.
Right.
So it's just speckled throughout, hopefully. I haven't listened to Canadian radio to...
All right, but thank you. That's interesting. Thanks, Chair.
Ms Shinkle, I just want to come to your, I think it's an advocacy paper you did in 2022, and you went through some of these sorts of issues. You mentioned how industry capacity and capabilities, there was a siloed sector, had led to inefficiencies, lost revenue, So I'm just wondering what does that mean in terms of live music? And what are some of the issues that you've proposed for solutions over and above what you've already gone to here today, particularly the siloed, the siloed sector and the inefficiencies within the industry itself? Just wondering whether you can go to that.
Well, what I've prepared for you today is probably an update since that report with more recent consultations. We did have a really good kind of coming together, I guess, of the sector because of the much bigger challenges that we've faced over and above. So that has definitely had some improvements, but I think ultimately, because we're a commercial market, we're out to make the best profit we can for our own individual businesses. And I think that's our strength and our weakness. And so that's the balancing act that has been played out.
And that goes to your point about who's looking after the whole, and
absolutely.
So there's the poor old artist needs to make money from their merch, but the venue also wants to make a bit of extra cash and they can hold it over them. So what sort of progress are you seeing there in terms of them coming together to look after each other's interests, not just their own?
Yeah, there are absolutely venues out there that are maybe run by artists. So they're often subsidised by parents, or, do you know what I mean? Like, they're not actually perhaps long-term solutions, but right now we're open to exploring all of those options. Shifting many of our venues from a promoter model, kind of bar sales versus ticket sales, to a shared risk promoter model. Would have perhaps more skin in the game for everyone to try and lift all of those, the ticket sales and driving audiences. So, yeah, not working against each other, but trying to work together.
And then split whatever's left over.
Yeah.
That paper also mentioned workplace culture and some of the inequities, and we've touched on some of that previously. Just wondering what needs to happen to address some of the toxic workplace sort of issues that are prevalent in aspects of the live music industry.
There is a whole separate report on that, the Raising Their Voices, and a lot of that has been implemented already with the Centre for Creative Workplaces. Much of the work Support Act's doing as the charity for the industry. So, yeah, there absolutely are shifts, but if you're working in an industry that also has these huge risk factors of survival, then it's probably not your first priority. And so I think that's just a reality check to go, how do we hold on to looking after people while also making a profit and being sustainable?
Thank you. And so I'm just going through some of these. Excuse me. Now, you mentioned the issue of the unlicensed venues. I know Ms. Daniel has also touched on that, but you said that you'd done a bit of a survey of some of the licensed venues. Is that right? That you've now got a percentage of or number of venues that are unlicensed?
Yes. So
is that around Melbourne or Victoria as a whole?
So we've just done a Victorian audit of venues, and there were 2,300 venues that reported presenting live music, and 754 of those hosted it on a regular basis, which means minimum one per week. But this represents an overall 8% decrease across Victoria since 2019. Which is different to the 33% reported by AMCOS, because obviously that's on licensing. But if we go into the CBD and our live music precinct areas that are quite well known, Darebin, Maribyrnong, Marybeck, Port Phillip, Stonington and Yarra, we've lost our regular live music venues, have decreased by 21%. Still not the end of the world, because there's market playing into that and audience demand and disruption patterns. But again, I urge you to hold on to what we've got. We might not need as many, but I think it's also important to look into what are the actual communities that they're servicing. Are they still relevant? Is that still where they live? Is this a great bar for the queer community? Is this a great place for young people to first experience music and kind of take that next step, deeper dive to understand? And in terms of regional versus metropolitan, 64% of our regular live music is in the metropolitan area and 36% is regionally. And we have 25% of the population living regionally in Victoria, so perhaps that's, oversubscribed, but it's certainly not evenly distributed across the regional tourism areas. So the more detail you dive into, the more you see the gaps. But this data is being provided to the Department of Planning here in Victoria, I think, to do exactly that, to look at transport options, to look at where people are living and try and forward plan for live music precincts into the future.
And in terms of the number of unlicensed venues, you said there'd been a growth in the number of unlicensed venues. Have you done any qualitative assessment on how they're going in terms of their profitability or their viability?
Early days.
Early days?
I got this report on Friday and
Oh, okay,
read
fair
over
enough,
it.
yeah.
It's not something that we've previously actually captured or identified. So even that fact that while we were doing this audit, we were walking around and checking who was listing gig guides and then comparing it to liquor licensing data, that's how it came to the forefront to go, actually, this is new. This is not something that we were previously capturing. Everyone would be licensed. So this is a new trend that we absolutely want to explore further and understand.
It would be fascinating. Look, I'll do my quick catch-all, which gives you an opportunity to put to the committee what you think is the most important thing, and then I think we've got, no, we're out of time. So the question really is, we are tasked with essentially promoting and keeping live music going in Australia, trying to find ways to make sure that happens, in a nutshell. What's the single most important thing we need to recommend to the government to make that happen, in your view?
Content quotas everywhere, not just on radio, on streaming, on our festival lineups and bills, some new ways to subsidise those grassroots venues and better arrangements for our artists. They've been consistently kind of cut off because everyone wants to be an artist, so there's an over supply, I guess, but regardless of that, we need to make sure that it's viable, not just for the people that can afford to make a career viable in music.
Thank you. And I think we do have time, actually. 10:20, you're cut off, so 5 minutes. Members, any further questions? No? All good? All right, no, you're getting out early. How's that? All right, I've got to dismiss you formally. Thank you for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, and you definitely have, you've got a wealth of information we need to pick your brains on. You've done a lot of work, so we want to make use of it.
Right, to summarise.
Please forward it to the committee. If you could forward that to us by the 19th of August 2024, earlier if you possibly can, and that'd be terrific. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may also suggest corrections, and you're released. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I see people in the gallery, so we're running a little ahead of time, but I'll assume that people are here. I now call representatives of the Yarra, Port Phillip and Darebin City Councils, Songlines Music Aboriginal Corporation and the Push to take their seats, if you're here. Lovely. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee. And I'll start at my far left.
Thank you. My name is Vicky Guglielmo. I'm the Manager of Libraries, Arts and Events for the City of Yarra.
Thank you.
I'm Jamie Picapely. I work for the City of Port Phillip. I'm the Youth Engagement and Participation Officer.
Sorry.
City of Port Phillip.
Thank you.
Hi, Patrick Donovan, City of Port Phillip Live Music Lead.
Thank you.
Rosemary Brown. I work for the City of Darebin, Youth Services, team leader of the Youth Music and Arts.
Rebecca Sachero, City of Darebin, Creative Engagement Producer.
I'm Craig Rogers. I'm the Head of Programs for The Push.
I'm Kate Duncan, CEO of The Push.
Thank you all. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. Before inviting each of you to make a brief opening statement, we'll just introduce ourselves. I'm Brian Mitchell, the Chair of the committee, and I'm the Member for Lyons in Tasmania.
Bridget Archer, I'm the Deputy Chair of the committee and the Member for Bass in Tasmania.
Zoe Daniel, Member for Goldstein here in Melbourne.
Libby Coker, Member for Corangamite, which takes in the Great Ocean Road, Bellarine and parts of Geelong.
And by phone we have Ms Susan Templeman, the Member for Macquarie in New South Wales, but we're having a few technical issues there, so she may not want to come live.
No, that's fine.
Oh,
thank
you
you for doing that.
Oh, thank you,
Yes,
Ms Templeman.
I think it's okay.
You're there, fantastic. Now, we'll invite each of you to make a quick opening statement. There is a lot of you, so we'll keep them brief if we can. And over to you.
Happy to read my notes and keep to the script if you don't mind. Thank you for the opportunity. As I've stated, I'm Vicky Guglielmo from the City of Yarra. I've also been playing live music as a drummer since the mid-80s in many of the venues that we're talking about today, all over Victoria and beyond. I'm still going, but I've also led a lot of creative arts portfolios for nearly 20 years across local councils and also as Melbourne as capital city. Let me paint you a picture of Yarra in Melbourne's vibrant north. We have 77 small and medium-sized dedicated music venues. Annually, this drives 20,000 gigs, 2.5 million attendances and a spend of approximately 163 million. It's in excess of 3,000 local jobs in direct employment. And Yarra is a small part of a larger ecosystem of live music across Melbourne that stimulates our economy, strengthens our communities and brings us together. Our diverse ecosystem includes in Yarra iconic rehearsal and recording studios such as the Bakehouse and dedicated creative industry learning institutions such as ColArts and Polytechnic. Our leading music organisations, Enterprise and Peaks, also choose to base themselves here, a diverse creative cluster that makes Yarra a magnet for contemporary music. So why are grassroots, small to medium-sized venues so important to us? They're a part of our social fabric and heritage, an integral feature and outlet for local communities. They support new and emerging musicians to hone their craft and share their stories, an essential pathway linked to learning, turning practice into performance, enabling emerging practice to migrate to professional strata. Our local venues are the backbone of this, enabling our local scene to have the best chance in sustaining a high-profile and world-class career. Our venues support a local mix of local makers, music producers, music bookers and presenters every night of the week across all year. Importantly, our local venues are balanced by independent recording houses and rehearsal spaces critical in supporting live music to be also made locally. Yarra does several things to support live music, and our live music intervention is in the Leaps and Bounds Festival. I won't go too much into it because I want to give some time to my colleagues here who I know also are joined up in this effort. We could do a lot more, but our resources only go so far, and we are acutely aware and seeing the impact of rising insurance costs, utility costs, cost of living pressures, and for council, complex planning matters that impact on live music in our city. So how do we want to save our live music industry? And what we're calling for is some practical action now, immediate. We need to listen to and work alongside our peaks, and it was a real privilege to hear Simone today. We need to support our local music makers, balancing the support and investment on how music happens as well as how it is presented. I come to you as the third tier of government, begging three tiers of government to come together and to commit to saving the industry through a coordinated but importantly a pragmatic approach, requiring us to commit to deeply listening to the industry, to take action on their recommendations for tackling complex issues and understanding the current pressures. We need to be partners and we need a joint plan and we need to co-invest. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Is it?
Port Phillip, we're not making an open
No, open statement. We'll straight to questions later on. Thank you. Ms. Brown or Ms. Sakiro?
We don't have an
No statement? Push?
Yes, good morning. My name is Kate Duncan and I'm the CEO of The Push, an Australian youth music organisation and registered charity based in Melbourne. With me today is Craig Rogers, our Head of Programs. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners on the lands in which this hearing is taking place, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to elders past and present, and recognise the role that First Nations culture plays in the way that we work with young people in music. The Push welcomes the opportunity to appear before the committee today and acknowledges the importance of this inquiry to report on the challenges and opportunities within the Australian live music industry. Music is central to the lives of young Australians, with 2/3 attending live music performances and 96% of young people aged 15 to 24 listening to recorded music. The Push understands that participation in music at any level can be transformative for a young person's life. It can shape your identity, introduce you to your community, it builds your social connectedness and belonging. As highlighted as a case study in the National Cultural Policy Revive, for over 3 decades, The Push has been the entry point into Australian live music for millions of young people through our contemporary music programs and all ages events. We are proud to have provided stages for hundreds of young emerging artists who have honed their craft and built their audiences. Some artists including Spiderbait, The Living End, Something for Kate, and more recently, Courtney Barnett and Angie McMahon, all of who have gone on to become international artists and household names. While many of us in this room can remember our first live music experience and have followed the careers of those artists who provided the anthems to our formative years, this is not the case for many young Australians today, who are growing up at a time when the challenges they face are far more complex than what previous generations have experienced. Over the past decade, there has been a significant decline in the number of underage and all ages music events staged and a decline in festival attendance amongst young people. Recent data demonstrates that the percentage of young Australians buying music festival tickets has fallen sharply. Compounding these challenges are the financial difficulties faced by many young people across the country. We know that cost of living is the #1 concern to young people, and that has become a major barrier to participating in live music. In 2022, the majority of young people reported financial pressure, a situation worsened by job insecurity. Youth unemployment is currently double that of the adult population, with 18 to 24-year-olds comprising a significant portion of the long-term unemployed. In addition to the challenges experienced by young audiences, young people are also experiencing barriers when it comes to pursuing a career within the Australian music industry, with more than half of young artists considering abandoning their pursuit of a career in music. The challenges that the live music sector is experiencing have not just happened overnight. What we are experiencing is the culmination of decades of inadequate policy and funding across both the youth sector and creative industries, and an over-reliance on the commercial sector to hold the entire ecosystem together. We have now reached a critically important juncture where we must ask questions about the music industry we envisage for now and into the future. We must have purposeful discussions about what is needed and make firm commitments to address these mounting challenges before generations of Australian live music audiences are lost forever. Again, we thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As the committee makes its inquiries and reports, we must remember the crucial role that music plays in the lives of young Australians and the importance of making it accessible to all. Thank you.
Thank you all for your opening statements and for also being here. And I'd also like to just quickly acknowledge, I know you haven't taken up the formal seat at the tables, but I know Ms Holly Taylor and Mr Sullivan Patton have taken the time from City of Port Phillip to be here and in the gallery and are available for questions if needed. So thank you both for also coming. I'll start with just a quick question to Ms Guglielmo. Is that Guglielmo? Sorry, my apologies. Yarra's clearly doing a fair bit of work, and you've made a submission, so thank you for that. Yarra supports venues. I think you've noted that. I'm just wondering what you think about the non-profit model that's been proposed, and whether Yarra would have whether your city would explore that sort of idea to support a non-profit model going forward.
In all honesty, I think a various range of models, including that one, could be tested. I think the strength of the sector is its diversity. So I think scale. We have small to medium sector live music in Yarra. It's predominantly what drives the offer. There's numerous models that we could be drawing on. I'm curious about what's already been tested overseas, and it's great to see the not-for-profit model is one we're looking to test here. I do wonder what musicians have to say about the not-for-profit model, and I think when you look to other like sectors, performing arts, where not-for-profit models underpin the small to medium performing arts sector, what are the structures that need to keep those organisations solvent and robust? So I think it's a great one to test, but I think the system and structures within that need to not conflate or homogenise the needs of the entity, which is the presentation space, the needs of the musician, which is the idea and formulation of that idea, and also recognising that those spaces also apply to where music is rehearsed. And in Yarra, dwellings and the sort of dwellings, and including the one that I live in, are smaller, not fit for purpose for playing my drums in. And so we're always looking to play elsewhere, but we want that locally. So we want to rehearse locally, we want to record locally, and we want to play locally. So I think that whole sort of, affordable space, not-for-profit models, but this idea of entrepreneurship and questions of solvency are structural matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just throw it to Ms.
Pitcakeley.
Sorry, I'm having terrible time.
I think I echo that statement that it could work, but yeah, I think the structure needs to be thought out.
Right. Yeah. And I'll throw to the third municipality, the Darebin.
I think in local government we're already working in non-for-profit. And a lot of the delivery that we do with young people, like for example, we have state government freezer funding, which is not for profit, but we use our funding to pay our performers and to set up our events. So I think keeping from a young person's perspective, keeping costs low for young people would be a priority.
And I should ask the push, this idea of, and I take your point, Guglielmo, about the diversity, but do you see a push for more non-profit venues and more, as a way forward for live music?
Certainly, I think it would benefit young emerging artists moving into more of a not-for-profit space. What we're finding in all of our research and conversations with young people is alcohol has become a barrier for young people entering into live music. We know that the rates of young people consuming alcohol are dramatically less than what they were a decade ago, and that young people are linking alcohol with perceptions of safety is what we're finding. So I think any model that can start looking outside of using alcohol to prop up the music industry would be really beneficial for young artists.
Thank you. Deputy Chair?
Not at the moment.
All right. I'll throw to Ms Coker.
Thank you. Thank you all for being with us today and taking time out of your day. I would like to ask our City of Yarra, Ms Guglielmo, about what you've mentioned in the submission about targeted investment grants. You mentioned the mounting operational costs due to increasing rent and public liability insurance. And I'm just wondering if you could tell us what the council is doing in terms of those investment grants to actually help overcome those issues.
So we have about $700,000 a year annually in annual grants invested more so in the maker, and that's across all art forms. So of course musicians are only a part of that picture. So I do, think if we don't have musicians here, we don't have anything else. If we don't have people wanting to perform, we don't have anything else. And it is, as an ex-board member of the Push, as an artistic member of the Push, I can't urge enough around that investment in being able to create space for investment, which is time and money to play, to write. So our grants do that. We also have a Creative Spaces program where we try and house artists within facilities, whether they're private or public. In terms of the live music settings, our co-investment is also within festivals, so street-based festivals, which are predominantly a lot of in-kind contribution, hard costs relating to waste management, heat plans, effective event logistics on the street in our large precincts. So Council invests hundreds of thousands of dollars in-kind, very small cash contributions to those festivals, much love, long-standing. Lunar Festival is one, the Johnston Street Fiesta is another, Smith Street and Midsummer Pride is one that we support in kind, and also, we have the Centre for Projection Art in Gertrude Street.
Can I just ask you, do you have data to show the benefit of those festivals in terms of giving musicians an entrance into the profession and perhaps continuing?
Look, we don't have the hard data on that. I have definitely, and I think my colleagues would demonstrate that they're main stage events. You get to present on main stages with all of the really high-end professional gear to diverse audiences. They're free and accessible for community. We play, we witness and we celebrate these moments with each other on the street, but they're professional structures around them. The audiences expect a quality and their thirst is sated in that. The thing that I think that's moved very rapidly is that artists are finally probably being paid, and I commend the state government on their leadership around, and probably Music Victoria agitating on this around fair fee and being paid on the main stages. So festivals are working to look at paying for those performances in more ways that would reflect current workplace and remuneration, but those added costs around additional costs of logistics and event logistics, street closures, are compounding pressure for those larger festivals in Yarra.
Okay, and then just that leads on to, you talked about the need for all levels of government to come together to provide some sort of joint plan. Now I've got a big question for you. Okay. What could that joint plan look like?
Coming together would be the first step. Coming together in a sort of roundtable discussion with policymakers, with planners, with creatives, but with predominantly our key peaks who have ongoingly worked to advocate and probably hit some ceilings on advocacy. A lot of commitments that maybe don't structurally address the issues, and I think coming together, maybe there's something within that, identifying what are the barriers and structures. Equity is one issue. There's always people who miss out, and I think we're here from the Push that young people are missing out, but we also know that your first gig in your life might cement a love of music and a love of attending live music. So how do we recognise that, and what are those barriers at the fine grain with young people? But also, I think venues want people through their door, and I wonder what those conversations with venues looks like if we were to come together.
I'll just chat to Ms Daniel and come back to Ms Coker. Ms Daniel?
Thank you. I'm interested in the perspectives of the different local government organisations around funding, you know, given the sort of opacity of getting grants, how to engage with the state government, how to engage with the federal government, and the various pressures on local government in terms of funding pressure. Just can you sort of, each of you, articulate how you're funding these things, how you're looking for grants, what those processes look like, and how that could be smoothed out to make that easier? Maybe I'll just take you one at a time. Maybe start at Darebin end this time.
Yeah, hi. So we've recently received funding from Live Music Australia to fund the contemporary music program that I deliver in a theatre space in Darebin, and we also received funding through the On the Road Again funding that was delivered through Music Victoria around 6 months ago. And I think there's a difficult balancing act around this funding that we applied for as a local government, and then also the needs of the local live music privately owned venues in our municipality. Like, they're really up against it at the moment with a lot of things this inquiry has been hearing about around insurances and rising costs, and of course because of cost of living, people are buying tickets really late to events, and it's increasingly difficult to, you know, tour artists internationally because of the strength of the Australian dollar. So I think that everyone needs the money equal amounts, and there's lots of different competing priorities, and it's around a little bit of advocacy around how that looks, and making sure that we're looking after both, you know, venues, local governments. Everyone's really doing it tough. Yeah.
So just to drill into that a little bit more, how does that dynamic work with the venues? So, for example, if local government's running events and supporting, you know, those community events which might be free, do the venues in the area like that, or do they actually see that as sort of unfair or competing with what they're doing?
Well, for example, the 86 Festival, which was recently held in the city of Darebin, saw all of the local businesses on the main strip have their highest day of trade that they'd had in years. So I think that definitely free music events just boost the economy, like the local economy, in a huge way. And it's getting harder and harder to put those events on because of the rising operational costs. But it does help everyone to get people out on the street and out enjoying live music. And wherever local government can increase barriers for entry, people come out and spend money on the drinks or the food, and, you know, go to a bar afterwards. So it does benefit everyone. Yeah.
Did Port Phillip have a comment on this?
Mr Taylor, before you,
Sorry,
can you just introduce yourself
Absolutely.
and the capacity in which you appear?
Holly Taylor, Coordinator of Festivals and First Peoples Programs from the City of Port Phillip. Thank you. We do have a position on this. The issue that we have encountered is the lack of capacity for local governments to actually access grant pools and funding rounds. Many of the funding rounds that are available specifically in the festival space and targeted to live music tend to be exempt, so the local government doesn't actually have the capacity to enter funding pool rounds, which means we tend to have to go direct for funding, which then pushes the timelines pretty significantly close to event dates. That then means that there are knock-on effects to the ability that we're actually able to have to deliver and maximise the outcomes. Much the same as Darebin, we can anecdotally and we provided evaluation in terms of the economic benefits quite broadly whenever we have been able to deliver events significantly. For example, the St Kilda Festival, we invest $2.75 million of council funding into, and off the back of that, we're able to receive, at last year's event, $32 million worth of economic benefit locally. And that goes across the board into local businesses. It encourages visitation, which in turn, I think, really increases the awareness and visibility of local venues as well.
Yara?
Oh, look, I think the models of on-street festivals are diverse as well. I think one key question is to focus on the who's actually delivering them, who's the producer, and all of us have different models that we could provide more detail. In Yarra, they're independent producers where council plays a supportive role. So our main role is a small cash grant, but most of the event logistics about being on the street are facilitated by us. Those independent producers have different ways of wanting to support or see local businesses being either partnered in their models or ways that what they're doing on the day or the weekend that they're taking over a street. And you know, those models are varied. I think it would be great for council to be able to pull more partnership levers in these models, and that is, again, I would concur with Port Phillip around where's the investment in terms of co-investing on those types of on-street free. Those festivals that we talk about attract hundreds of thousands of people to our precincts, and the uplift of that beyond that immediate day can resonate for 2 or 3 months after. So, and in regional Victoria, almost cement visitation and models that are there in regional Victoria need to be probably looked at more closely in terms of what are the pain points around investment, because I can tell you now we all run these festivals with the utmost of innovation, but they're almost short, you know, leaves your breath a bit short sometimes on how little money there is and what actually is achieved in those in that goodwill of good design, safe events. But you know, maybe it's time to start interrogating what are those sustainable ways that we can co-invest in that.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is that there's a level of uncertainty because you're sort of thinking, well, we want to run this event, and then it's like, okay, where are we going to get the money? And then you sort of go through a process of going, what grants are available, and it's kind of like having to get your skates on to try and get the grant within the time frame to fund the event. Is that kind of how it's working? Like, is there something that could change to make that more cohesive, to provide more certainty, to give, you know, more effective timeframes? What practical changes could be made in that process? Anyone want to jump in? Yeah.
I could speak to that. I think one thing that would, from our perspective, make a significant difference is multi-year funding opportunities. So those funding opportunities which would come around, which wouldn't actually push you to an annual timeframe, but would allow you the capacity to build and to grow and to weave into the mix some significant capacity development for artists as well. That would deliver some element of assurance. I think that the difficulty with that also is that we are also running from a local government perspective on our annual budgets. So oftentimes the funding rounds that we might be eligible for might differ from those, the July annual BAU budget timeframes also.
Did the Push have anything to add to this grants conversation?
Oh, look, as a not-for-profit, I think it is a very similar theme in that one-off project funding is not in anybody's best interests. It's debilitating. It just doesn't allow us to respond to these systemic issues that we're all looking to address. We need, if multi-year funding was to be committed to an organisation of our size, that enables us to holistically respond to and plan for what we're all trying to address here. So yeah, I think that's spot on.
Can I have one more?
Sure.
I just want to go to sort of the cost and the opportunity of COVID in terms of the impact on the inner city, particularly in Melbourne, but also what that provides in terms of remaking the model when it comes to live music in suburban areas. And so my electorate, which runs along the bay, there's been some really interesting work done through Always Live and the End of the Line music festival, where it just happened in the suburban street in Sandringham, and it was something I think really beautiful and kind of different for the community, and it drew a lot of people out in a different way. I'm just curious on some of your reflections around what opportunity it provides, particularly for suburban council areas to bring live music out of the city and to put it elsewhere in order to make it more accessible to people. Which end should we start at?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to that. I think that place-based programming, that opportunities that are led by a local community, the power of that can't be understated. And I've heard through a number of the hearings and today reference to a program that the Push has delivered in partnership with the Victorian Government over the last 30 years called Freezer. Now, Freezer is a Victorian government program which currently provides 82 teams of local young people across Victoria with the opportunity to stage the music events that they want to see in their local communities. And that's understanding that a group of young people in Moe have very different needs to a group of young people in Mildura. And so that program, I think, coming to your point in terms of why you see that as so successful is because it's in the local community and it's delivering on what that local community wants to see. And we know that as long as young people are empowered with the resources to put on the events that they want to see, that's really critical in responding to all of the challenges that we're speaking about at the moment, is that these young people haven't had the opportunity to see themselves represented on the stages. They haven't had the opportunity to develop the skills, confidence and networks that they need that you can receive through being involved in putting on those local events in your local community. And as Music Victoria referenced before, these kinds of programs can address the skills shortages that our sector is currently facing. It's nurturing not only just a pipeline for young audiences, but also for industry practitioners. And so, yes, I think that's a really important piece to be picking up on, is the role that, and I need to note that all of those local teams of young people are predominantly supported through local government, and that local government is the most accessible level of government to young people. I'm a young person, I live in Reservoir. I don't really understand what government is, but I know that there's a youth centre there at the end of my street that has a recording studio, and I can go there and meet like-minded people, and that I'm going to be okay. And so local government and place-based programs are going to be critical in responding to this at this time.
Thank you. Did anyone else have something to add there?
Can I extend on what Kate was saying, because I work in that music studio at the end of the street in Reservoir, and we do have young people that access the studio. I'm not sure how many studios there are like ours across Australia, but I know that we have other local government youth services areas wanting to come and view our studio, and I think that that is another level of accessibility for young people. So Freezer also adds skill development for young people. It's a pathway into employment. It's a pathway into study and training. So we have young people in our Freezer committee that are studying music industry at RMIT, so that they've started with a local government youth service area where they've felt supported, encouraged, nurtured. It speaks to coming out of COVID and supporting young people's wellbeing, where we know that mental health for young people was one of the key issues. We use our Freezer funding for events in Darebin venues, but also in the streets. So just last week we had music on the streets for young people, so that our community can see young people performing, and we continue to do that. For me, I think seeing Freezer continue across years, and the fact that it is a 3-year funding round, and we know, and young people know what their KPIs are, and so that they can plan and they can learn about planning. But I really think the key part of having a music recording studio where young people can work on their music and work on their performance and be nurtured by that, I think that adds to the music industry, and I'm not sure how many opportunities there are for young people.
Councils are in a unique position to deliver micro-festivals. They have a close relationship with traders associations, local businesses, local schools, local venues, local artists. City of Port Phillip has a database called Locals Playing Locals of over 200 local artists, and we partner with trade associations to fund local artists to play at micro-festivals. We've had a couple of very successful events in Port Melbourne and East St Kilda, and we're in a very unique position to be able to support our local ecosystems that we understand better than state or federal governments would. So we certainly recommend a funding model that could fund councils to continue to deliver these micro festivals and micro events. And working with trade associations is very important as well, because if you can increase the visitation, the economic spend, music can do that better than just about any other activities, and it's very important for economic development of the regions.
Ms. Guglielmo, do you have any input on this question?
I think the thing that, just to add value to the conversation and just mention the mentoring in this industry is an opportunity, and that's between established professional acts and those that are emerging, those that are known to the Push. And I know the Push has for decades tried to broker this mentoring, not just at the music maker but also as a structure within their board. The board has always had leading key people from the industry, from marketing to record labels to bookers and venues, all on the board, because they're investing back into where they know their own origins of their own career started. So there's something that I think we should talk about around mentoring. That could look like formal traineeships, it could look like formal internships, but actually it's jobs. We need some people in our courses who go through the freezer program, get inspired to go into formal education, and yet I think at the moment the hammer drops at the end of their course, because where are they going to work? And I think that ambivalence is setting in, and that sort of hope that I'm going to make it, I'm going to get into this industry, it's sort of inaccessible, but it's also intangible. So I think how we can be more visible, how we can be intermediaries in this space. It may be money, but I think it's more relationship, and it's about providing some scaffolding around formalising mentoring.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. With Freezer, three-year funding envelope, does any of you know what the funding of that looks like in terms of dollars?
Yeah, it's up to $30,000 per provider per year.
Yeah. So what's the total funding, do you know, that the government, is it state government, I take it?
Yes, so the state government has committed $10.2 million to that program in its current format.
Per year? Or
no, over 3 years.
Over 3 years. And then that's been an ongoing sort of thing?
Yeah.
So 30,000 per participant, is that right?
No, per LGA or per provider.
So just explain
Sorry.
how it works.
So there's currently 82 providers across Victoria that are predominantly through local councils, and each of those providers receive up to $30,000 per year to have a team of local young people who put on up to 5 events in their local communities per year.
And Darabin, Ms. Brown, you're saying that the studio at the end of the street in Reservoir, that's funded through Freezer, is it?
No, it's funded through council.
Through council, okay. Yeah. But then participants through Freezer use the studios? Well, what's the relationship with Freezer with the studio?
We host our Freezer committee in the studio.
Okay, all right.
And I think because we have a studio, we have a lot more equipment than other Freezer committees might have. So some of our funding, we can stretch our funding further. Yeah.
So $10 million over 3 years for the state government to underpin essentially youth development in live music. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
and that's statewide.
Correct, and that's important to note, is that it is through a youth development lens. That funding actually comes through the Victorian Government Office for Youth. It's always sat in the youth portfolio, and I think that as we talk about all levels of government responding to this, it's also about a whole of government approach as well. This shouldn't exclusively just be within the arts portfolio. This is an opportunity for the youth portfolio, for regional. It needs a whole of government approach to respond to this at this time. In
terms of the concerts or the gigs that are held, so the council gets the money, they develop a program with the young people in the area. I think you mentioned Moe, may then put on a gig. Is there any sort of qualitative assessment done of? I can see how that's a very valuable educative and developmental tool, but is there any qualitative assessment done on what that gig has cost to produce and what the return is economically, or in terms of developing a sustainable live music industry for that area? Is this part of that, or is I'm getting ahead of it?
Yeah, that's interesting, and I think because it's always sat in the youth portfolio, the outcomes that are measured are in regards to young people's social connectedness and well-being, rather than through an economic lens. I do wonder if it had have sat within the Office for the Arts, whether then it would have been capturing some of those other metrics, but at this point, no, it's not capturing economic.
Okay. Because the picture I'm getting that you're painting, all of you collectively, is that local government is the doorway through which young people get their start in live music, and particularly regional areas. It's fascinating. Now, in my electorate and my state and the Deputy Chair's state, we've got a number of festivals run by local committees, and invariably they are volunteer-led, and they live and die by the efforts of the volunteers, usually with some council support, but it's the volunteers, and volunteers are getting older and harder to come by. So once they either lose interest or capacity, those events are winding down. And I'm just wondering whether you see a role here for local government to take more of a formal role in underpinning live music, not as a supporter but as an enabler, as the facilitator of the event, rather than as a sort of willing supporter of a volunteer committee. Because I know that in a number of councils, it's youth officers who are the first ones to go. In any budget cutback, it's usually the youth development officers first to go. I'll just throw that open. Do you see the role of capacity for local government to take a more formal role in facilitating live music in Australia?
I'll speak quickly, see that local government are already taking on that formal role, but I think there is capacity for younger people to be getting paid to do that and assist, rather than having to, not that they're having to volunteer, but opportunities for them to then carry on and get paid work through that, with the freezer program and all of the festivals that we run in local government.
I'll ask a Dixer of the Push. Would you like to see freezer rolled out nationally?
We sure would. Yes. We would love to see all ages events teams in every LGA in the country.
All right. Look, we're out of time, unfortunately. I do apologise. I'm rambling questions. Thank you for your attendance at today's hearing. Much appreciated. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or indeed if you think of any additional information that would be useful, please forward this to the Secretariat by the 19th of August 2024, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to which you may suggest corrections. And you are all released. Thank you so much for attending today. The committee is now suspended for a short break and will resume at 11:30 a.m. So we'll resume the committee, and I now call witnesses to join the musicians roundtable, and there you all are, very efficient. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we'll start on the far left.
I'm Robert Baxter. I'm a performing artist based here in Melbourne.
My name is Olivia Florence Halley, and I am an Australian artist and researcher.
My name is Robert James Stove. I'm a member of the MEAA and primarily a church organist over the last 20 years.
My name is Rob Davies, musician and now an academic researcher and educator.
Thank you.
My name is Ruth Hazelton. I'm an independent, self-managed musician of over 30 years with a background in event management as a tour, as a tour and a booking agent as well.
My name is Dr. Sean Rigney, and I'm a composer and producer.
Thank you all. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. And before inviting you to make opening statements, we'll introduce ourselves. I'm Brian Mitchell, the Chair. I'm the member for Lyons in Tasmania.
I'm Bridget Archer. I'm the Deputy Chair and the member for Bass in Tasmania.
Zoe Daniel, the member for Goldstone here in Melbourne.
Libby Coker, member for Corangamite, takes in the Great Ocean Road, the Bellarine Peninsula and parts of Geelong.
And I believe we may have Ms Templeman, member for Macquarie from New South Wales, who's going to be dropping in and out, I think. So, yeah, so she may join us or she may not. Opening statements. We'll start on the far right this time.
Thank you very much to the honourable members.
Could I just ask the witnesses just to speak up a little bit? I'm finding it a little bit
Sure.
here. So.
I just want to thank the honourable members for this opportunity to present to the committee. I'm here today, probably like my colleagues on my right here, to advocate for music in general, but live music in particular. And my particular interest lies in orchestral music, having been a composer and producer of orchestral music for some 20 years, starting as a orchestral producer at the ABC in the early 2000s, and since then I've worked on many projects, had 7 ARIA nominations, that's the Australian Record Industry Association nominations, and 2 wins as a producer and 1 nomination as a composer. One of the striking difficulties that people like me faced is access to what one might colloquially call the means of production, that is to say, orchestras themselves. There's no real process or pathway for composers and producers of an independent nature like myself to access the major Australian orchestras. Now, such a comment could easily come across as impugning the current state of affairs with these organisations, but I would like to remark that the state of affairs is really something that's been inherited from the structure of the organisations since the 19th century. But more broadly, there's an issue that has occurred since divestment of the orchestras from the ABC some 20 to 30 years ago. In the days of the relationship between the ABC and the orchestras, composers could make submissions to the orchestras and have music either performed or recorded for archive, perhaps not on a completely formalised basis, but certainly not. These sorts of things happened, but today that pathway is pretty much closed. I guess divestment of the orchestra has meant greater commercial pressures and so on, and commercial pressures in that world have a tendency to mean less local content. So that's one of the problems. Another problem that brings me here is the decline in audiences for orchestral music after COVID. According to Aubrey Bergauer, who's an advocate for the contemporary orchestra as an organism, she's from America and she travels the world discussing ways of revitalising the sector. According to Aubrey, in an address to the Association of British Orchestras, we've only reached about 70% of audiences since COVID.
70 or 70?
70.
70.
And that's probably, I'm guessing that might be an optimistic number provided by the orchestras themselves. So that's one issue. Another issue is, as I mentioned, that there's really no pathway for composers of orchestral music, of professional orchestral music, in the sense that all of the relationships that are important seem to be ad hoc, and the formal ones are very difficult to access. And I speak as someone who has had music for $150 million Hollywood film recorded, but not been able to access the symphony orchestra system in Australia.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Rigney, we have to move on to others. But
So, very quickly, I'd like to propose the creation of a body to mitigate some of these issues. The working title for this organisation is the Orchestra of the Fifth Continent, or O5C, named after a piece by Peter Sculthorpe. And the aim of this body would be to provide pathways to composers and producers of an independent ilk, nurture them, and to archive and record the work of these people that would otherwise go missing in the historical record.
thank you, Mr. Rigney. Ms. Hazelton?
Thank you to the committee for asking me to contribute to this inquiry today. My performance career as a folk and traditional musician began back in 1995, and in that time I have seen the landscape change pretty much entirely in my workplace. You've heard all of this before, I'm pretty sure, but we have lost a raft of regional and suburban art spaces, music spaces that we can play to more communities. So I'm talking about venues, but also community level kind of opportunities for artists to present their work. The loss of an entire income stream in Spotify and the streaming services means that touring is pretty much financially unviable now, both domestically and internationally. There's been a massive loss of airplay on ABC terrestrial radio, which reaches a wider and broader Australian audience. And alongside that, we have lost an entire printed media landscape in terms of arts journalism, which for an independent artist like myself, who doesn't work with publicists, has been devastating, actually. Of great concern is the struggle that traditional venues are facing. Traditional business models, as you well know, are sort of falling apart at the moment, but what we're seeing is an increase in local venues essentially going to a hire model. So we as an artist are hiring the venues essentially and taking all of the financial risk, to the point where if an event is cancelled, we have to pay the venue out to cover that, which just makes it impossible. On top of ticket sales, it means that you get on an aeroplane knowing that there's 5 ticket sales to something that may end up a 200 capacity show, but there's no security in that at all. And also the current situation is leading to a moment in time where we're seeing music policy determining our work by people who have not worked as musicians. Musicians are very rarely invited to the table in industry discussions. We're very rarely consulted about our workplaces. And what's happening there is that we're seeing a rise of artists, creative artists who have financial backing, whether that's private or from working other jobs, are predominantly the major players in the industry. So we're not allowing for a wide cultural base of musicians that are out there. I have seen so many of my colleagues walk away from music in the last 15 years, and this is pre-COVID. And I, with my kind of music nerd hat on and as a cultural historian, I really have been dismayed by this model of cultural just this need to make an economy out of music and out of art, when really it is a community-based kind of structure. There is no one music industry, and it frustrates me greatly when we talk about the music industry as being one thing. We are leaving behind a wealth of non-English speaking musicians. We're leaving behind a wealth of traditional musicians. Traditions in a country that is full of migrants is an incredibly important thing to support, and all we talk about is contemporary music. We don't talk about sharing of community music cultures. We see some amazing fusion coming out of this country. Think about, you know, the traditional meat and 3 veg kind of diet we had in the 50s in comparison to what we have now, and I would say the musical landscape looks very similar. It's exciting, it's vibrant, it's interactive, but there are so few opportunities for those kind of artistic development because we're all trying to be stars. We don't want to. I toured internationally in my 20s. I can't do that anymore as a mother. A lot of us struggle because we're parents to make a living. I won't talk to you about, well, you've heard about the lack of wage, the lack of a minimum wage, and I would wholeheartedly support the Mayor submission in getting that funded, well, not funded, but backed by a federal government as well as the state governments that have already backed that. So essentially I'm here to argue for genre music, folk music, Americana music, jazz, blues, electronic, experimental, traditional music, all who have very little representation in our state arts bodies and our state music bodies. I have seen, there are thousands and thousands of us. When you hear from people like ARIA and the major labels, they're talking hundreds of musicians. I'm speaking on behalf of thousands of us who are simply trying to reach our audiences. We don't want the bells and whistles, we just want to be able to create our work and access our audiences. And I fear that by not looking after that cultural sector is that we're ejecting hundreds and hundreds of students from music institutions across this country with nowhere to go. And it's very hard to be a mentor. It's very hard to support these younger musicians come into this when we feel that there's pretty much nowhere to go. So I had a lot more to say, but I can tell that you want to wind it up. Thank you very much, Chair.
A few to get through and then with questions, so my apologies. But Dr Davies.
Thank you. My name's Rod Davies. I am a musician, a singer, a songwriter, and more recently an academic researcher and a tertiary educator. Thank the committee for the invitation to be here today and commend you on the great work done so far to investigate challenges and opportunities for live music in Australia. I've experienced firsthand all levels of contemporary live music, from my early cover band days in the 90s to the regular East Coast touring circuit with a full band and a box of CDs crammed into one station wagon. From sampling almost all of Australia's iconic live music venues, working as a sideman with Mark Seymour, to stadiums and festival tours as a backing singer for Tina Arena, John Farnham and Olivia Newton-John, I think I've seen almost everything there is to see. That said, my submission to this inquiry does not focus on the past, but rather seeks to understand the present and plan for the future. I work for Monash University in the School of Music and Performance, and every year we have over 100 performers, songwriters and musicians graduate after dedicating 3 long years to not only their skills and their craft, but also to understanding their place in the music business. Many become sole traders, freelancers, working from gig to gig, building up their experience, their cultural knowledge, their social networks, and we teach our students about adaptability and versatility, how to do good business, and how to articulate their value. But unfortunately, the industry that confronts them does not always do good business, the effects of which have led to a crisis of confidence across the sector. Musicians are not confident of getting paid. Venues are not confident that their business models can actually draw an audience without the acts doing most of the work. Audiences are not confident that it's worth getting off the couch for a commute, the potential dangers, the costs, etc. of a night out in a pub. What we need to do is restore market confidence from all sides, and I believe that this is best achieved by re-professionalising the sector, rewarding businesses that do good business, act ethically, maintain high standards of safety and inclusion, and operate as a live music venue rather than a space for hire. Harnessing the resources of professionally minded artists and their teams who hold themselves to high standards and are remunerated for these qualities. Doing more to understand the demand side. What exactly does an audience member in 2024 want from their live music experience? I don't believe that we ask that question enough. Being a musician is a tough life. You sometimes wonder if it's worth it and if anyone really cares. I hope that this inquiry shows our future artists that someone does care and that all the work they do to become creative artists and Australian small businesses will not be in vain.
Thank you, Dr Davies. Dr Stove?
Many thanks, Mr Mitchell, and many thanks to the committee in general, among whose members I note with particular gratitude my local representative at Goldstein, Zoe Daniel. I live in your constituency. The philosopher Mary Midgley once said that philosophy is like plumbing. You really don't notice its importance until it starts to go wrong. I think that something of the sort is true for live music in general in Australia, and in my own department of live music in particular, which has concentrated upon being, for the last 20 years, an organist, primarily a church organist during church services, but also a concert organist giving various recitals. I have already mentioned in my written submission to the committee much, and indeed most, of whatever I might have to contribute to the discussion. Rod Davies and Ruth Hazelton have mentioned the difficulties in getting paid and, respectively, the problems posed by outfits like Spotify in terms of artists' income and artists' survival more generally. I don't wish to expatiate on subjects about which they know far more than I. I would like, on the other hand, to mention a number of factors which I think are specific, or largely specific, to us organists. First of all, the impact, particularly in Melbourne, of the COVID lockdowns. I fared reasonably well during those lockdowns because I had the privilege of a church employer who wanted to have live-streamed liturgies, for which, thankfully, the performers got paid in the ordinary way. Other organists were not nearly so lucky, and for the reasons as to why they weren't so lucky, there are other factors as well as the lockdowns. First of these other factors, the dramatic decline in Australian church attendance right across the board, as far as I can see, over the last 20, 15 years. In America, Christian church attendances tend to be something like 25%, 30%, even at their lowest. In Australia, it is much closer to 10%. This naturally has its impact upon income. Also, and I don't need to tell committee members this, I imagine, the impact, economic as much as psychic, of church sex abuse scandals in Australia. It stands to reason that if a church has to make gigantic payouts to victims of abuse, there is automatically going to be less money available for things like backing financially actual qualified professional church musicians. I think also there is a widespread feeling, less obvious now than it would have been 2 decades ago, and less obvious then than it was 4 decades ago, that church music is basically something that can be entrusted to well-meaning amateurs. Within Australian Catholicism, which is the religion that I know most about, it was very often at the parish level left to nuns who could literally live off the smell of an oily rag and who, however competent, and they were very often very competent, didn't raise awkward questions about being adequately remunerated because, after all, they were nuns. And, you know, it's horribly vulgar to talk about money. I think there is a legacy of this attitude still, although it's not, thank goodness, nearly as prominent now as it was a few decades back. I don't know what the solution is. Sometimes I would like to think that Spotify and iTunes could be disinvented, but we know perfectly well that they cannot be. I think that the MEAA project for minimum fees is a good thing, and one that state governments of both political persuasions have signed on to. Nevertheless, if there is somebody prepared to undercut such minimum fees, often enough for good reasons about needing to feed families and so forth, then that is going to be a problem, and not a problem that can necessarily be solved by Act of Parliament. I don't know what the solution is, other than the general thing that Rod Davies mentioned, namely the re-professionalisation of the sector, or in some instances the professionalisation of this sector for the very first time, and a greater acknowledgement of what we owe to church musicians for the reason that I alluded to earlier regarding Mary Midgley. A church musician, by definition, is often enough in touch with whole centuries of creative effort. The organ drew forth much of the greatest music from J.S. Bach, César Franck, Charles-Marie Widor, Olivier Messiaen, and many others. I think it would be a great shame if all of this were to wither on the vine, and my hope with this committee has just been to raise the whole issue of church music performance in a way that has not always been raised elsewhere.
Thank you, Dr. Stove. Ms. Halley?
Thank you to the Chair and committee members for inviting me to contribute today. I stand on the lands of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people, acknowledging that sovereignty was never ceded and recognising the centuries of artists and arts leaders that came before us today. As you know, my name is Olivia Halley. I'm an Australian artist, researcher and also an arts professional based here in Melbourne. I actually work for The Push, delivering some of the mentoring programs that were talked about before and masterclasses as the Manager of Education and Training. But I come to you today as an individual with my experience of being an artist over the past 15 years. So for context, my work has been featured in the New York Times, at Glastonbury, on NPR's Tiny Desk, if you're familiar with any of those. I've received substantial international industry support, being a published songwriter for Sony ATV, touring with the likes of Billy Bragg, and I was also a session player for Angie McMahon in Australia. But even so, I am all too familiar with the precarity that a career in live music can bring to Australian artists. So what I really want to address is the issue of accessing and sustaining a career as an artist in Australia, and how it is unviable to the majority of Australian musicians. So since my submission on April 30th, we've had more data released, as you would be aware, from Throsby and Petaskaya's longitudinal study, which stated that the mean income for musicians is $22,000. This comes off the back of Mia's report earlier this year, which said about half of Australian musicians earn less than $6,000, so far less than the minimum wage. And I don't need to go on about this because I'm sure it's covered, but you know, this exists in the context of COVID, a climate crisis, cost of living crisis, the operational costs and insurance costs that have increased from that, and of course, unfortunately, the prevalence of sexual assault in our industry and the subsequent mental health challenges that have been reported. And I just want to state, as you will appreciate, that these numbers that come from the reports are not just numbers, they're real people and real life experiences, many of which I've experienced myself. And I just want to say that we can do better. The majority of my career has taken place outside of Australia, which has afforded me the perspective of my overseas peers. And that has been from seeing the intermittent employment insurance scheme that occurs in France, which has occurred in France since the 1930s, and subsidised social security funds, which happen in Germany, and most compellingly, Ireland's current basic income pilot that is happening right now for artists. I would love to discuss more about that. I was here in the earlier sessions, and I can speak to what the Canadian content quotas have meant for me as an Australian artist who's worked predominantly overseas, so if you'd like to hear more about that. Australia must take lead from these examples. As we've heard, Australian artists more often than not work outside their practice to support themselves, which I think is something that would be largely unacceptable if you thought of them as teachers, dentists, carpenters, other occupations. We wouldn't ask that of them. So when artists are operating as small business owners in the sector, they are the last to be paid. So, you know, we can come up with these dire financial figures. I think it is imperative to Australian culture that we redress these issues of income precarity for the sake of our artists' well-being, the strength of our cultural identity, the health of our democracy, by empowering and amplifying a diverse cohort of Australian artists in the live music sector. And as other countries have shown, we have options. By providing artists in the live sector with a basic income per se, it would mean that there is a larger diversity of voices, including artists who are parents, those living with chronic health issues, mid-career, late-career artists, artists of different abilities, varied economic, educational and cultural backgrounds, and young people who would otherwise not have the opportunity. Supported artists would have the agency to say no when faced with unsafe working conditions, and like Revive aims to do, the centrality of the artist would be prioritised. So that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Robert Baxter.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for having me today. I am an artist and I'm representing myself, but I also do work for the Push part-time as well. I represent musicians under 25 years old, emerging and independent musicians, as well as queer, gender diverse and POC communities in music. I am unsigned and have no team, so to have achieved even moderate success is a feat. I have performed at festivals, venues and clubs across Victoria, but the only way I managed to break even on music releases is by creating many revenue streams, being a singer, songwriter, producer, dancer, model and content creator. I would love to be able to say Australia supports artists and fosters the talent we have, but I have seen so many artists I look up to relocate overseas because they've reached a point here where they have the talent and they have the attention, but it isn't fostered. This works against creating a supportive scene and functional environment. A big factor of this is the Australian media. The public isn't given the information that Australian music is important, so they don't see it as important. They are willing to spend $300 on international artists, but not $50 on a local act, which speaks to the perceived value, and that's a place more support is required. The grant system does help in some ways, but it seems to often be bigger grants given to established artists, leaving emerging artists unable to compete with that. I also work in comms and engagement at the youth music charity The Push, and I believe it is so important to encourage and foster a diverse group of young people who will then grow into a diverse music industry. Overall, I believe Australian musicians are a vital part of Australian culture, and they need to be elevated, celebrated and supported. Thanks.
Thank you. Look, and thank you all for your testimony. It's really important that we as a committee hear from artists, musicians themselves, and obviously not just the big end of town, for want of a better term. But our committee is tasked, of course, with, in a nutshell, finding a way to ensure that live music continues to have a viable and strong future in the country. And you come from the perspective, understandably, of musicians wanting to make a living out of music, totally reasonably. How do we intersect the sustainability of the sector in a holistic sense with the income sustainability at an artistic level, because and the $250 minimum payment, which is through most of the country now, not in our home state, Deputy Chair, unfortunately. But that's one way of underpinning it. But some may say, well, the higher the costs for artists, then the less viable a music festival is. And we've heard plenty of evidence already. A lot of festivals are run by volunteers, and if they were run professionally, then they wouldn't be viable. So how do we? I'm not sure what the question of all that is, but so much live music in Australia at the moment is run on the smell of an oily rag, and it's still falling over. So does anybody have any insight into how we fix it? Sorry.
Looking at the reasons for that, I think everyone here has touched on things like streaming services and just the bewildering multiplicity of venues of entertainment, ways that people can be entertained, the choice. So that individuals have where they can stay home rather than go out, something that they might have gotten used to during COVID and that they're quite comfortable with still. I feel that we have to find ways of bringing people back to live music and to our art in general, and that behoves us to find solutions to that. But I think we would all agree that we can't do that, for example, while there's a giant granite door like a $10,000 fee to hire a hall just to get started. So that's why I think the Revive program is incredibly a great start, because it may well provide access to, at least to artists, to be given the chance to illustrate that they can survive. Maybe they need a little bit of help at the start, but maybe they can build on that.
We've heard evidence as well that, and this is sort of drawing together various bits and pieces that we've heard, that what we had pre-COVID was one thing, and then the COVID came along, and young people haven't been going out, and maybe they're used to that now, and alcohol consumption's down because of drink driving laws and other reasons, but it's down. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Not great for profits for venues, but societally not a bad thing. But is it a truism to say that what we had pre-COVID, that we can't go back to that, and we need a new model going forward? And if so, what does that model look like? Ms Halley?
Well, Ireland identified this during COVID, and they ran a campaign getting the public to write to their members of parliament to get support for this basic income trial. And even though things are different now and much more difficult, I would say, having practiced as an artist over 15 years, there's a piece here about how the arts are viewed in Australia. For instance, when I have worked in Australia, saying I'm an artist hasn't always been like, then comes the comment about like, what else do you do, which is often valid. But going overseas, that's not the conversation you have per se. So maybe Ireland already had a different value of artists in the arts to be able to make that happen. And I recognise we're a different cultural context. But there's something there about recognising the nature of an artist's work is different to other occupations. There's so much unpaid work before you actually get to your output. So be it, development, networking, sometimes these things can take years. And I think Ireland has identified that supporting artists with an unconditional basic income is recognising the inherent value of the arts. And I think that we have limitations in Australia with our grants program only being available for some people, and therefore you have to get to a certain level before you get the adequate funding to be able to do the development. So I think it does provide a worthy program for consideration.
I'll come to Ms Hazelton next, and then you, Dr Stone, in a moment, but I just want to stay on this point. Just on the Irish example of the guaranteed income, do you know, is that sort of equivalent to their unemployment benefit? Or
I think I've got it here. I think it's about €325 a week for 3 years for 2,000 randomly selected artists with a very low barrier to eligibility. So they only had to meet 2 out of 3 criteria or something like that. It was independently selected.
To qualify for it.
To qualify. So it wasn't like you had to be at a certain level. It was a very easy point of entry, which, does foster a more diverse artist cohort.
And that gives you the freedom then to do all your development and everything. Okay,
yes.
Interesting. Ms Hazelton, I think you had some input on that question.
I think we need to accept that culturally supporting Australian music at a grassroots level is not about building something up to be profitable, but rather a cultural investment, number one. It's something that needs fostering and taking care of in a way that other governments around the world, and I think this speaks to us, as a colonial settler kind of short history of colonised Australia and our traditions and who are we and what that speaks to. But, throughout Scandinavia and even Canada do it better than us, and the UK, there is a better understanding of cultural music and the importance of cultural music, and how that needs to be supported at a community and grassroots level, and through that comes industry and all the amazing things at the top, and our own voice, our own sound. We're struggling to find an Australian sound, for example. I'll give you an example of that. 2 young women that I was running around with very early on in my career were Vicky and Donna from the Waifs, and we were all playing the same community-run festivals, the folk festivals, and I know that you've heard from Zena Armstrong and Peter Logue at Cobargo and Port Fairy and the National Folk Festival, and I've seen so many artists reach those really great levels of industry, but coming through those cultural bases. And that's why I love the work that the Live Music Office have been doing, working with local councils in terms of helping councils revitalise their music culture. I think younger people have said that they really, really struggle to, for people in the outer suburbs of Melbourne, it's not safe for young people to be catching hour-and-a-half trains to come into the city to access live music. It's not part of... Cultural hubs are really what was there when I started playing music, which is why I don't think this is impossible. I grew up so well supported and mentored, and that has just been so scattered. It is so competitive. We all feel like we're competing in the market. And I think it's even broader than that. If you want a longer-term fix, in the same way that we all kick a footy when we're kids and then go and see the football, we don't access live music at schools very well at all. That whole understanding of what creativity, and it's astounding to me. I play the banjo, but how many people have no idea what that instrument is if I were to walk down the street? Or, you know, the difference between a violin and a cello, yeah, 4 or 5 string. Now we're getting technical.
Sorry, I'm going to. I'll throw Dr. Stone, then I'll get to other members. Yeah.
Many thanks, Mr. Mitchell. Olivia Halley and Ruth Hazelton both have wider experience of performing overseas than I do. I have some, but not as much. In view of what Olivia Halley in particular has been saying about the setups that prevail in Ireland, in France and in Germany, I'm increasingly convinced that such things, or their equivalents in Australia, are in fact possible. Now, it's true that Australia has a small population by French or German standards, but it doesn't have a small population by Irish standards, or by Scandinavian standards, or by the Benelux countries' standards. And Ruth Hazelton has mentioned football. There doesn't seem to be any public protest at the notion of vast sums of taxpayers' money being invested in sport.
Tasmania. Sorry, we're Tasmanians, it's an in-joke.
Oh, yes. I gather something of the sort. I would merely conclude by saying that, thanks to these factors, I do think it is economically doable and politically doable, and that while one could argue about specific tactics, the strategy has been shown to work in other countries, and I'd require a lot of evidence before being convinced that it simply automatically could not work here.
Thank you. I'm going to, we stay on this, but I'll throw to other committee members. Deputy Chair?
Yeah, Ms Halley, I was interested in, you said you could provide some more information around those content quotas.
Yes.
I'm interested in hearing that.
Yes. I think it was Music Victoria who spoke before about what the practicalities of that. And I just wanted to, as I was sitting observing, I remembered that for our first record, the band that I used to play in called OPEP, like I mentioned, I worked predominantly overseas. We were an Australian act. We're both from Melbourne. Well, I'm from Phillip Island originally. Because we had recorded that record in Halifax in Nova Scotia, and we had a Canadian producer, as an Australian artist, I had enough CanCon points to be supported by the CBC. And what that resulted in was us having really sustainable touring routes in Canada, more so than we had in Australia. So, like, that Canadian content quota, even supported me from Melbourne, and I can see so many benefits, the ripple effects. If we did instate something like that in Australia, it's not just our Australian musicians that benefit, it's your recording engineers, it's your producers. There's a lot to be said for the other angles there. But yeah, I was a beneficiary of the CanCon policy, so, and it was fantastic, yeah.
And we've heard a lot throughout the inquiry around the challenge, I think, of discoverability, and that's something that you've all talked about, I guess, this morning, and the diversity that exists, I guess, within that. And Ms Hazelton, you're talking about, that I guess opportunities for artists that aren't necessarily economic, but at the same time, artists wanting to make a living wage, at least, out of what they're doing. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, do you think there needs to be an intentional separating, I think, from a government perspective around the economic value of the music industry that we hear about, or the industry all the time, and a separate intentional consideration of, culture for culture's sake, and what that might look like. That's to all of you.
I do think a separation would be really good. I don't think it could hurt either party in separating. In fact, it would probably inform and enrich what goes up at the upper level. A lot of the festivals that you've heard from, for example, that are run by volunteers, and I have come through the folk music scene, which has been really a prominent Australian musical landscape for over 50 years in Australia, can only get funding from tourism, not arts, for example, and finds it very, very hard to enter that market. And in the same way, genre musicians like myself find it very, very difficult to access grants, because the grants are for that industry, and I'm not begrudging that industry, but it means that we're just... I'm in the middle of making an album at the moment. I've been burnt out. I cannot apply for another grant because of the psychological trauma that puts me through. I literally cannot do it without falling apart. I'm finding other ways to fund that album. Nobody pays for these albums anymore. This will cost me around about an average of $20,000, which is ridiculous when you think that you could buy a new small car for the same amount that it requires to produce work that's put on a streaming platform that I can no longer sell. And there are thousands of us in the same situation. I used to be able to play at festivals and bring home 3 times my fee in CD sales. So that's gone now. And so what can we do to buffer that part of the industry? These are songwriters, these are the multicultural artists. So I guess not expecting those festivals to be at all times financially viable, working at community levels and funding things at community levels. And it's funny, you talk to federal policymakers about this sort of stuff, and they're like, well, that's kind of local council business, local stuff. And I know that there's so many tiers we've got to work with in Australia in these bureaucracies, but essentially, if a council has to build a road, they're going to build a road over funding their local artists or putting on local events or just making public spaces. And I know South Australian Arts are doing this really well, looking at public spaces becoming available for artists who culturally or don't feel safe in venues where alcohol isn't served, people that don't want to go out at 9 o'clock at night and see 5 bands in a row, people that would love to catch live music in Hobart, where you guys are, the Van Diemen's Band have been doing lunchtime concert series that have been incredibly popular for retirees and also offer workers. There's a lot of ways to play music, and we just want to find our audiences. So I guess thinking outside the box and separating, looking at it in a bit more of a sophisticated way would be really of great benefit, yeah.
If I may, Minister, I think also you could think of it also as a continuum rather than a separation, which gives us that concept of a pathway. And it's a word that gets used a lot, but it's not modelled, it's not... I haven't seen a lot of proposals for what that pathway looks like, but I think that is the link between beginners, mid-tier, high-tier, culturally focused to commercially focused. And I think that some investment in understanding what that pathway is, what it looks like, what it could be, regardless of what the particular ends of the spectrum are saying, I think it's something that needs to be looked at.
So focusing on the grassroots and the musician themselves, and in terms of support, and then that ecosystem growing out from there. Is that what you're saying?
That's precisely what I mean. So that people can work up the scale in terms of whether you're talking about venues, whether you're talking about recording opportunities, whether you're talking about commercial opportunities.
From the position of a young person, I feel like everything that a young person discovers in terms of music is on their phone now. And so things like Spotify and all this, and TikTok and things like that, they're never going away. But they actually are really great in terms of accessibility, because there are stories that were a long time never heard. Like now, a young person who has a story to tell with a laptop can put their music onto Spotify. And then a young person who might not have been able to access music can have Spotify, which is arguably a lot cheaper, which is obviously sad to not pay the musicians as much, but they can find their favorite artist on there that they might have never had the opportunity to hear before. And so I think that the accessibility of that is amazing. And then if that disrupts the model that we were focusing on all those years before, then maybe it was a broken model, and it wasn't like, it wasn't built in a way to make it accessible for everyone in the first place. I also think that the couple years in COVID, we missed out on that like element of FOMO, which is fear of missing out. When like young people would see their older siblings go to gigs and they would say, oh, when I turn 18, I'm doing that straight away. But for 2 years, they just saw their older siblings like sitting at home with them because that's all anyone could do. So I think we missed that model of like inspiring the younger generation. And I think the younger generation is also like who buys merch a lot, who like begs their parents for the concert tickets, because in the end, most people listen to the music that they listened to when they were 20 for the rest of their life. Like your favorite artists are probably the ones that you found when you were 20. And so then like the younger artists coming up, the younger people coming up are the ones that are going to support our next generation of artists, which is what we need. And I think we need to show more love to our artists in all sectors, including like the way that like an international artist is the one playing the AFL Grand Final. Why don't we treat that like the way that America treats the Super Bowl halftime show? Like why isn't it like all these Australian artists are building their career to play the AFL halftime show or whatever? I don't know sport, but you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. And then things like that, of that nature. So I think we inspire the younger generation, and then they can like if they see Australian artists being platformed on that level, they can go, oh, I want to be an artist. And then when they say they want to be an artist at school, they're not laughed at. They're encouraged because they see, oh yeah, my favourite Australian artist is playing the AFL Grand Final this year. Things like that.
I would add to that, paradoxically, social media has probably a really huge role to play in helping us, so that if we could invest in really professionally made videos for social media, I'm thinking about my own situation, but I think it applies across the board. Say, for example, I could record a work professionally with an orchestra, have it on YouTube, and then say to an orchestra in the Netherlands, look, here's a work I'd like to run by you. That would make an enormous difference. So there's potential to invest in that kind of infrastructure to help. As I say, paradoxically, social media can feed back into live performance. A lot of bands these days, they make it on TikTok first, and then they become live, phenomena. So I would heartily endorse the previous comments and look to apply them more broadly as a way of looking at investing in that kind of infrastructure to help artists get back to the live music scene.
I'll throw to Mr. Daniel in a sec, but it comes to Robert's point. The accessibility of the platforms and the relative inexpense of uploading your music compared to going to a studio and paying an album fee, that's absolutely undisputed. But I guess we've heard evidence that it's the nature of the platforms are owned by massive, very big multinationals, and there's a profit model behind it, and the algorithms are geared towards pushing, the artists that are going to make the most money for the platform. So it's the big artists that get pushed the more, and the more you push the big artists, the bigger they get. And so there's a concern that the small artists, the independents, the folk singers, the Americanos, the only way you find them is if you actually actively look for them. And there's a concern that if you don't know they exist, then you'll never look for them in the first place.
Yeah. I think that there's like the way that America and UK pushes their artists in the media is incredible. They are so good at doing it that to the point where like their media comes and invades all of our Australian minds to believe that like Taylor Swift is the most important artist like out, you know what I'm saying? And so it's not just saying that just for the small artists, but all artists in general. It'd be amazing if we had like more shows that were interviewing artists and platforming them and letting us know that that the Australian artists are important. And as you said, like the big artists that push, but why are the big artists not Australian? Why is the content that TikTok and such pushes, why is that not the content that we're producing? We could be producing amazing content because, as we've seen, we have amazing musicians here. And I think that that's like a big part of it, yeah.
Dr. Stove, just briefly, yeah.
Well, Mr. Baxter's comment about the media in the USA and UK reminds me of the fact that in Europe, the death of conventional newspapers hardly seems to exist by the standards of Australia. Even I have had enough experience of playing in France to know that the level of media literacy over there, even when dealing with what I freely concede is a decidedly niche area like organ music, absolutely leaves for dead anything that I have seen for years in the main Australian media outlets, the ABC included. And from what I can gather, sales of conventional hard copy newspapers in Europe are still extraordinarily high by Australian standards. Certainly the sales of CDs are much higher, even in comparatively small cities like Toulouse in France and Coimbra in Portugal. There are CD stores.
Thank you. I'm aware that we're running down the clock. I'm going to come to Ms. Daniel and then Ms. Coker.
Just a quick one on the social media sort of discoverability question. We talked about that in one of our other sessions. I was just curious whether there are currently any grants available, or is there any support for social media content making, marketing and such? Because it seems to me that that's needed. Does something exist?
Not that I'm aware of. In my submission to this inquiry, I surveyed my students in a business unit about their main concerns, and their main concerns were, number one, payment, number two, marketing. There's no support for marketing. Venues no longer market live music to the extent that they used to. And that's the part that I was talking about, where the artists are left to their own devices to do the marketing. It would be a great step forward to be able to support artists that can't afford to market with either an independent office that offers those services or a grant system.
There's nothing that I'm aware of either. I have a younger friend who's schooling me in the mysteries of the YouTube algorithm, for example, and that sort of information I'm seeing more and more clearly is almost like the single most important piece of information that I can learn about, and it's almost universally a kind of DIY situation and not really supported as far as I can tell.
Can I just add to that too? I think if you're looking at supporting the income of artists, what it means is that we can actually start to employ booking agents to take that off our hands, social media marketers to take that off our hands. There are people out there that really, really want to do it. And for those in the industry that want to enter those kind of booking agent roles, there's nowhere to go. I would love it if somebody would do the bookings for me. I would love it if someone did my social media. And I am looking into, with other artists, sharing other younger musicians and giving them a fee to run our social media for us. So yeah, there's massive opportunity there to do it. I think there have been grants in the past in terms of who was running the women's mentorship. There might have been models of social media in some professional development funded things like Global Music Match, which was run out of Sounds Australia. I was able to have a little bit of training in social media marketing. But then again, it's limited. And the sad fact is that if I post pictures of my dogs, it gets far more uptake than it does my single.
Yeah, I hear that. I'll leave it there because I know we're short of time.
Thank you, Ms. Coker.
I wanted to go back to Mr. Baxter. You made the comment about Australian media not really supporting emerging artists like you'd like them to, and you also touched on the fact that our own culture, that we need to basically promote our own culture and our own musicians. I am just wondering, how do we as government, we can have a role to play. How could government step in and actually help to create a dynamic where media do promote local artists first?
I think the media quotas that we've been talking about would be a really amazing way to help that, because if they played a certain amount of Australian artists on the radio, they interviewed more Australian artists, they on TV they interview more, like where are the late night talk shows that like interview Australian artists, or those sorts of content that goes out and gets so many millions of views to people who could be new fans of those artists. Like they just don't really exist, and that's the sort of thing that a quota could help, because it would be ensuring that a certain amount of Australian artists get the screen time and the airtime. Yeah.
I mean, you've got community radio that actually does play quite a significant role at Triple R, for example, but perhaps their base, their listenership isn't as strong as other more commercial mediums. So it's something I think we should think about. I also just wanted to ask Dr. Davies, you mentioned about everyone has actually, about sustainable career pathways. I mean, I'm really interested in how do we get young people to take up the profession of music, but part of the reason why they're not is maybe because they are concerned about the sustainability of a career. What would you say is, how do we support that goal? What can government do?
So, in talking about that pathway, that continuum, you might not be able to do every step along the way straight away, but I think it's important for us to look at what are the markers across the stepping stones across that pathway that we can focus on immediately. I said in my opening statement, talked about reprofessionalisation of the industry. And I guess what I'm talking about there is a section of live music for low to mid-tier artists to be able to work professionally. In other words, they work in ethical environments that pay them properly, and that can be administered through a tick.
An endorsement.
An endorsement sort of system where they might have tax credits or funding associated with their ethical work, and they become a more professionalised unit of live music, which Minister Archer was talking about, separates us perhaps from the earlier cultural area. So for me, it's about describing a section of the industry that acts in a professional manner, that gives our younger emerging artists something to aspire to. So they work towards that, and then there's another stepping stone along the way. So from a government point of view, I think that there are those sort of funding and, if you like, cross-checking models that you could implement within either venue to venue or perhaps within entertainment precincts, for example.
What do you mean by venue to venue? What do you mean?
Oh, so I'm not saying that every venue needs to be one of these professional stepping stone type venues, but I think that so venue to venue would be, for example, you might do it on a trial system with a particular number of venues to see if that can be reproduced across further across the sector. This is an idea I did put into my submission.
Yeah.
So if you wish, you can refresh your memory with that one.
Yep.
But it's really just looking at the idea of taking us from basically being the Wild West, which is where we are right now.
There's a lot of nodding in the room.
Yeah, to having some kind of professional structure.
Thank you.
Something to aspire to.
I'm just going to jump in with one last one from me. And Dr. Stowe mentioned, and he's quite right, the way the printed media in Australia has dropped completely off in terms of coverage of music, or the arts generally, but certainly music. I grew up, and I won't mention other members of the committee because I think I'm pretty much a fair bit older than most of them, with a pretty healthy street press. Every week, those really cheap newsprint would come out with the gig guides, interviews, and kids, teenagers would just flock to this stuff to see what was on. But I also grew up in the era of Countdown being on TV.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Coke is saying yes, I thought we were a bit too young for that. But, so 74 to 87 from memory, it aired, and it was required viewing. And I don't think there's anything of its ilk now. I just want to ask the musicians or your musicians, how influential in terms of discoverability for Australian artists and creating a hype and a sense of Australian music as something to want to go and see and listen to. How important was Countdown and the street press, which have just gone?
It was massive. I mean, I worked in that era, and I worked on Hey Hey It's Saturday, which Daryl had a particular model that he was quite overt with, which was the International High Profile Act, the Australian High Profile Act, and the Emerging Act. And the Emerging Act were the Vanessa Amorosis that came through unknown through a show that was on every Saturday night. And that's a really simple model, which is the varying levels of stardom, but always having that emerging artist tagged onto the end.
So what difference do you think it would make to the live music scene in Australia if a show such as Countdown or something like it was to re-emerge?
I don't think it would have the same impact, just simply because not many eyeballs watch TV anymore. But I think what we do need to do is look at the media landscape as it exists right now and think about ways of doing the same, having the same manifestation, just with a different media landscape.
Could I add, though, that, shows like that are often driven by industry, big industry. So having discoverability of artists at an emergent level is something that would have to be policed in some sense, because we do see the ABC producing a lot of television at the moment with artists, but they're people that are working with labels and with management and with all of the teams. They're doing their business, and that's fine, but there's not a lot of space for alternatives as well. So it would be great, but it needs to be comprehensive.
I would say in the past decade, I'm not of the Countdown era, but when my band was coming up, it was all about whether you had Triple J support or not. And there, anecdotally amongst my peers, it was very clear who did have Triple J and who didn't because of ticket sales. And I think I just want to speak how that kind of support has influenced the sustainability of bands in the past. And I know things are changing, so I'd be really curious to hear what Robert has to say about that. But that was my experience. It wasn't Countdown, it was Triple J support that made the difference in the sustainability of a band.
Robert, you've been landed in there. You're going to wrap it up.
Oh, that's pressure.
Yeah, sorry.
I think that there's a lot of times, as I'm an emerging artist, where people will say like, oh, Robert, UK would love you. And I'm like, why can't Australia love me? Why can't I stay with my family and build the Australian music scene here? Like, there's so many incredible artists that I see moving away, and I don't want that. And so I want all the emerging artists to be able to be platformed, and then more money funneled into them. And then they can then pay publicists and social media managers, so then they can focus on their art and then contribute to the Australian culture. I think that's the main thing. And then yeah, all of those shows, things like that could come back in a different way. They could still be on TV, but then have the clips go on YouTube and have the clips go on TikTok. And then there's young people discovering Australian artists again. And that is like the most important thing to all of us on this table, I think.
Look, thank you all for your attendance at today's hearing. We could talk for another hour, I'm sure, but if you've been asked to provide any additional information or if there's anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by the 19th of August 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to which you may suggest corrections, and you're all released from duty, and thank you all for coming along. The committee is now suspended for lunch and will resume at 1:30. thumbs up from broadcasting. I now call witnesses to join the venues roundtable, and there you all are. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we'll start to the right.
Joel Morrison, and I'm band booker and owner of the Old Bar.
Liam Matthews from the Old Bar.
Kit Atkinson from Social State Entertainment.
James Power from Prince Band Room and Social State Entertainment.
Sally Mather from Forum Melbourne.
Kaylee Mariner, Forum Melbourne.
Thank you all. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. Before inviting you each to make an opening statement, we'll introduce ourselves. I'm Brian Mitchell, the Chair, Member for Lyons in Tasmania.
Bridget Archer, the Deputy Chair and the Member for Bass in Tasmania.
Zoe Daniel, Member for Goldstein here in Melbourne.
Libby Coker, Member for Corangamite, which takes in Geelong, Great Ocean Road, Bellarine Peninsula.
And I don't think we've got Ms Templeman. No. We do have Ms Templeman. Susan, are you there? No, we may not have her right now, but we may have her later on. And Ms Templeman is is that you, Susan?
This is me.
Fantastic. We're just doing introductions.
Oh, have you already said it, that I'm Susan Templeman, the member for Macquarie and Special Envoy for the Arts?
I haven't, and now you have, so we're done. Thank you. Thank you each for being here, and we now invite you to make opening statements, and I'll start over with Mr Morrison on the far right. Or Mr Matthews.
Do you want to start?
Hi.
You can start.
Yes, I'm from the Old Bar in Fitzroy, just up the road. We've been the custodians of the Old Bar for 17 years now, and we've run it as a live music venue that entire time. Basically, we've always seen ourselves as a feeder venue, so offering bands 7 nights a week. A lot of those bands, particularly earlier in the week, are playing their first or very early shows, and that also flows through to things like sound engineers. We train and allow them to come in and learn how to use the system. Bar staff as well, promoters, basically everybody. We tend to find that we know our place in the system, in the ecosystem, and we have played to that really well. If you had have asked us, say, 8 years ago, where we thought we'd be today, probably with our turnover, we're about where that would be. But unfortunately, we haven't been in lockstep with the rises in costs that we incur. And now we're finding ourselves in a little bit of a precarious position where, even though we're happy with the patronage and the turnover of the Old Bar, we're finding ourselves as owners having to undertake a lot more work in the venue, and we are just living a little bit more hand to mouth than what we're comfortable with. We'd always felt like this is where we wanted to be for our entire working careers, and we still feel that way. But to be honest, we've got families and children that, even though we want to stay in this business and doing what we love and doing what we do, it's getting harder to go home and justify that to our families and pay mortgages and things like that. And so we feel like there does need to be a shift in the way some of these things are worked, or the way that we're being deemed as a business. And we would like to see that happen sooner rather than later, so that we can become comfortable doing what it is that we do best, which is being part of the live music ecosystem in Melbourne.
All right, thank you, Mr Matthews. Mr Atkinson,
Did you want to fire away?
I'll speak on behalf of us. Thanks, mate. I'm James Power. This is Kit. We work for Social State Entertainment. I'm a co-owner of that company, and we book venues like Prince Band Room, the Prince Hotel, and also other venues in Victoria, but also venues nationally as well. where basically, to keep things rolling, venue costs are up, venue income is down, and we need support, and that's basically it. Issues like insurance and the alcohol excise and a few others, but mainly, particularly venue insurance, are crippling venues, and a lot of venues, including some we've worked for previously, have closed within Victoria, and we're just here to canvass for more support for venues.
Thank you, Mr.
If I can just quickly add, also I'm Booker at the Gem, which is a small independent but much loved pub in Collingwood, which runs free entry shows, and versus the ticketed shows, it makes a bit of a difference in that, you're paying guarantees out to bands, and you're pretty reliant on the people who come in to spend at your bar. Before the insurance hikes came in this year, things were looking a lot prettier, but with the insurance hikes as well as the alcohol taxes, it's really making things tough for a lot of the free entry venues.
Right. Thank you very much. Ms. Mather?
I'll speak just very briefly because I'm a venue owner, but Sally will speak to the operations of the actual business and the challenges. But just I can second, as a venue owner, the increase in the insurance from buildings, public indemnity, public liabilities for us is about 330%. The increase
over what period?
Over 3 years. The increase in land tax equally is extraordinary. Alongside that, as a significant employer, the increase in payroll tax is up 1% over the last 2 years. We have a very particular model where we look to break even on the venue hire to allow the venue to be accessible by any number of acts and gigs. And then we look to make our actual profit within the bar side of it, so I'm seconding James, but Sally can talk to a bit more about the challenges in getting people in.
Yeah, so I'm the programming director at Forum. We have kind of sat in probably one of the better spots post-COVID in that we're a 2,000 capacity venue, so we had a fairly smooth recovery with a lot of the international acts coming in immediately after borders opened up, and that kind of those tickets selling well. What we're starting to see now is probably what's been impacting a lot of the smaller venues this whole entire time is that's flattening out, and a lot of more of the local acts are now getting some confidence to come back, but the consumer confidence in purchasing tickets early, in attending shows just isn't there. The youth market hasn't kind of started coming to shows after the 2 years of COVID, and the cancellations happening with festivals and just with all of the shows post-COVID, people are leaving their ticket purchasing until much later, which means that it's more likely that shows cancel, so it becomes this self-perpetuating cycle, which is just continuing and actually becoming harder and harder. We have had probably the roughest month since COVID just this July with everything happening. We had 23 shows that were almost confirmed that cancelled, and ended up with 3 shows in that month, which is much lower than anything we've had, which a lot of that is, I guess, caused by all of the things that have happened since COVID and because of that time period. I think we have recovered quite well in a lot of ways, but the rising costs on all sides means that everything's super tight and everyone's appetite for risk is quite low, which, I guess is just a continuing thing that everyone's dealing with in different ways.
Look, thank you all. I'm sure the committee is going to pepper you all with various questions. Just on that, could you go into a little bit of detail, if you wouldn't mind? Those 23 shows that cancelled, are we talking 23 individual acts or 23
Some of them were meant to be 2 shows. A lot of them were related to the Splendor cancellation. We had side shows associated with that.
Which is a knock-on effect that we also need to be aware of, that when those big festivals fall over, the acts don't come to Australia. Yeah.
Absolutely, but also I think the combination of having Groove in the Moo and Splendor cancel in such a short amount of time, which was such major ones, also just impacted confidence in touring. So we had a lot of shows that were going to happen that weren't actually associated with the festivals, but because of that negative messaging around how hard it is to sell tickets, they lost confidence and have decided to come back in 2025.
Right.
And that loss of confidence is happening kind of across the board, and it filters down to things that seemingly have no association with the festivals, but that continuously negative messaging that things aren't going to go ahead impacts on ticket sales, which then impacts on people confirming.
That vicious cycle. Just this may seem a completely daft question, but when a festival like Groove or Splendor cancels, and for a domestic act who was supposed to be on stage at one of those festivals no longer appears, is there a positive knock-on effect where they go, well, gee, I'm not appearing there anymore, so now I'll make myself available to your venue or to your show? Is there any evidence of that?
Very rarely, I think.
Yeah, I can, if it's okay with you, Sal, I can provide contrary evidence where, because we book the Prince and the Wool Exchange in Geelong in your district, and we had shows lined up like Sally at those venues, but also the venues we book in Brisbane, also the Beach Hotel in Byron Bay, and those shows just didn't happen.
They go away.
They go away, and because the bands then have, like an Aussie act, have then touring scheduled in Europe in August and September, they're not going to cancel those because they've already paid for flights up front. And the knock-on effect, so not only do you lose that show, you also don't get the tour they did, or they were going to do in April, May, because the bigger festivals, including the 3 that cancelled, usually have exclusivity attached to them where you can't play anywhere else in those markets for 6 to 8 weeks. So we've lost Groove in the Moo, Splendour in the Grass, and just last week Spilt Milk, which is another big festival, particularly for Victoria and Ballarat. And we've lost those shows as well during that time period. So it's almost a multiple knock-on effect, compounding.
You've also got to think that this does take away from the local artists who might get opportunities to support on those tours and get that increased exposure. Yeah. It goes all the way down to all levels of artists when festivals are cancelling, and there's no consumer confidence in purchasing tickets. It's a really harsh situation, but it basically means the food chain is disintegrating, and smaller artists aren't going to get the opportunities to play with bigger acts, and they're also potentially not going to be able to sort of develop themselves on the small live music circuits with the grassroots scene. So it's a sad situation.
I definitely agree with the consumer confidence side of it as well, because everyone understands that the bigger the act, the higher the demand. You look at a Taylor Swift and people buy tickets in 30 seconds, but as you work down to the smaller and smaller venues, that behaviour becomes later and later anyway. So when people are too scared to buy tickets for these high demand big acts, when you get to the venues at the level of a 300, where that ticket purchasing behaviour is later, it's even more exacerbated there, where there's just no idea of how it's going to work out. And if people leave that decision till late, they just don't come.
Yeah, we see that constantly. We have we're 175 person capacity room. It's quite small, but we're well renowned. We get good bands, and the pre-sales will sit at like 10 pre-sales up until the night of, and then it's still then you're like, this should be a sellout show, but it might end up selling out on the night, but there's just, you don't know how to staff for it, you don't know how to, you know don't know how to stock for it or anything like that. And
can I just come, and I'll ask the Deputy Chair after this, but Ms Maroney, your evidence about a 330% increase in insurance over 3 years, could you just tease it out a little bit, because you did mention the various types of insurance. What's been most prevalent? What have they said to you about the reasons for it? I'll ask each of you to go into this as well. But
it's symptomatic of the insurance market as a whole. And interestingly enough, when I read the submission from ICA, talking very much to the risk profile, there's no specific identification or separation of risks across different venues. So, you are lumped in one basket with one premium added. The biggest jump has been in the building insurance though, and that's symptomatic of the market, not necessarily the live music space. But then when you add that on to the public indemnity, that's obviously, within the risk profile.
So is the building insurance simply the fact that the valuation of the property has gone up so much? So you?
God, no. No. The insurance market. It's just because the insurance market at the moment have had seemingly such a difficult time with respect to floods, weather, you name it. You know, we're heritage buildings, we're single-purpose buildings, and we have a lot of people through our doors.
And do you mind me asking, where is your venue, or are your venues? Are they?
We're a CBD venue, so we also get the CBD. I know you get a. We get the pleasure of paying a terrorism levy as well because we're in the city.
I don't think you can insure against terrorism, but that's interesting.
No, we pay the federal government a levy for terrorism. Right. It's a levy on top because yes, you can't insure for terrorism, so the federal government have a terrorism levy on top.
Right. And can I ask other venue operators as well in terms of the insurance, because the old bar was talking about the impacts of insurance on your viability or your...
So prior to 2 years ago, our insurance sat at, for public liability, sat at $10,000 a year, which was very manageable for us. And then 22, 23, there was no warning. We just got our policy and it was $60,000. And that rolled on to this year as well. So it went up by $50,000. And it's our main expense at the moment.
And I don't imagine you would have just got the bill and thought, I'll just pay that.
No, we tried.
What do they tell you?
We've been put in with nightclubs because there's no specific live music policy available. They said that they keep just saying that it is because of a large amount of claims made over the last few years, but when questioned about that, they don't have to, and they're not required to provide any evidence of that. I have spoken to a lot of my peers, and there's only really been a few in the live music industry that have put their hand up and said, yes, there has been a claim, and they are of a ridiculous nature that the insurance company opted to pay prior to going to court rather than defending it. But then that goes into the stats of there are a lot of claims. One of them, for example, was in Fitzroy, and it was a lady who did a cartwheel in the venue, not even while the band was playing, but while she was holding a drink. And she did a cartwheel with a glass in her hand and cut her hand really bad and was paid out $35,000 for that. It wasn't even investigated. CCTV was provided. But then that reflects poorly on us, and it's really, it's based on, I don't want to say laziness, but, not a want to not go into the court.
Because they want to save the money of legal fees on one claim, you're left paying higher premiums.
That's exactly right. I mean, then also you had people deferring insurance during the pandemic, particularly in Victoria, or cancelling their policies altogether. So, I'm not putting up some kind of conspiracy theory that they're trying to recapture those lost funds over those years. But something shifted where we were all of a sudden deemed without any... We've got no claims. We had no claims in our entire time of running this company. So something else shifted that made them just all of a sudden believe that we were worth $60,000.
And can I ask...
And it's the same insurer, sorry, just to reiterate that. We've been with the same insurer for 8 years. It wasn't that we changed anything.
And what difference, I mean, you're saying $10,000 to $60,000, what difference in terms of your marginality or profit would that $50,000 make to your venue?
I don't have that information with me, but I know that we pay on a monthly basis. Right or wrong, we do that waiting for, because we keep getting told by brokers that possibly at some stage a new underwriter will appear. Yeah. It's happening because there are only 2 underwriters willing to take on live music venues, whereas we used to have Allianz, even RACV we had for a period of time there. They just don't want to deal with liquor anymore. So we keep getting told that at some stage a new insurer will come along, so go on a month by month so that you can jump out of that policy if one does. But it's almost up there with our rent as a second payment each month, and it's
And there's also the stipulations they put on for
we're not allowed to have people dance.
You're not allowed to dance where you have a glass.
We have to put signs everywhere. So basically, if you wanted to really get down to the nitty gritty of it as well, we're actually probably not really insured because if there was a claim made against us, they would grab a week or a month's worth of CCTV footage, pinpoint a moment where somebody, I don't know really what constitutes dancing, but moves in front of the bands, and they would go, you have void this policy, so we're not going to pay for this person's injury.
Thank you. Deputy Chair?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a bit more about the liquor side. We've heard a lot of evidence about mostly speaking to kind of consumer behaviour change, but I was interested to hear you talking about the expense side of that and the liquor excise, for example. So just interested in your insights, whether there has, in your experience, been a change in consumer behaviour. People are not going out and drinking like we did, and on the dance floor as well, I might add. But whether that's not what people are wanting to do, which is some of the evidence that we're hearing, or the expense of it is just, not enough to sort of cover maybe some change in voter behaviour, but whether
it's both. There's definitely both. Like the expense of it, it's a couple of $100, I guess, for people to go out now and have a good night with a bunch of friends. But yeah, the culture has changed a bit as well, but I think the expense is one of the big ticket items there.
And is that driving, or in part driving, that lateness of ticket sales? Are people just sort of like, well, we don't know what's going to be happening in a few weeks?
Very much so. Yeah, I think the consumer confidence and cost of living is, for the venues we work with, I would say that the alcohol cost and the excise is sort of 70 to 80% of the reason. Sure, people aren't drinking as much and heaps normal, and the success of those type of beverages are 10 to 20%.
Those beers are still the same price, though.
But they're still, exactly, that's the point I'm getting to. We still make money off those. So, but seltzer, again, has been a big change with us, with the youth market, 18 to 24, but we still make money off those. So, in my opinion, and research from our venues, that there has been a shift in drinking culture, of course, but the cost of living, consumer confidence, and the actual excise, as venue owners will be able to talk more to on beer particularly, and liquor full stop compared to other countries, has been a big factor as well. Yeah.
I think with the ticket sales stuff, like with the alcohol and drinking of alcohol, that shift has been happening for a long time. Before COVID, everything like that, there's been a move towards people being healthier and drinking less and all of that kind of thing. Right up until COVID, shows were selling like quicker and stronger than they were ever before. I think 2019 was a ripper year for most
it was
venues.
One of our best venues for most of our venues.
Which came from there being a sense of urgency around people buying tickets. If you didn't get in early, you weren't going to get in at all. And that is something that all venues kind of strive to have, I think, when they're trying to sell tickets. It means that you can add shows. It means that the next show, people also, it's a learned behaviour to get in early. Having that gap with COVID and all of the cancellations, it completely shifted that understanding of when people need to get in, which took away the sense of urgency and also added the risk of losing your money, the show not happening, those kind of things. So there was a lot of messaging during COVID about how dangerous live music was, about shows not happening. There's a lot of messaging now, like media isn't announcing stuff when it's happening, but they're all announcing cancellations. And there's this big public thing where the understanding is live music is risky, and if you invest early, you may not get your money back, or it's going to be held and it might not happen. So make your decisions later. And that's something I think that is having the huge impact. It's that messaging around that with the alcohol side of it. Like the cost of living is impacting on that in a different way.
But the reality is, and you would agree with this, like we don't need people to come and drink 10 drinks. We need more people there drinking 2.5 drinks each.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's actually not an expectation that people are coming and drinking a lot. It's more very much, and Sally and I've, working back after COVID, trying to look at, how we can re-educate our audience and encourage them to come back and have a good time. And that's just from our, looking at our business, that's the piece that we feel that we're missing, and getting that back out to market. That it's very easy to fall back to the cost of living, but in our world, a night out for live music is one of the most affordable nights you can have. So your tickets are often
we're like $15.
$15, and our high-end tickets are often between $65 and $85. Now that's a high-end act. That's the same as a main course at a restaurant, and yet you're getting a full night out at an amazing venue, and most people have an amazing time. So we need to put a lot more, like Sally says, positive messaging back into our market and re-educate the audience that this is a fantastic experience. You don't actually have to book too far out, but Friday night, come and see a live music gig. It's that positive messaging from grassroots to all the way through, that it's very accessible, it's relatively affordable, and it's a fantastic experience.
And a sense of community that is built around it as well.
Well, multi-generational as well. So we just haven't focused on, and then obviously that message was then compounded with the cancellations of festivals. In this room, we know festivals, and you will come to know, festivals are a completely different beast in our industry now to what we're talking to. They distort our market, and that's what sort of left a lot of these independent venues and young independent musicians, beholden to something that actually isn't necessarily a significant part of this sector of the industry. And that's where we've internally been focusing about, all right, we need to get some positive messaging back out there, that you go to the old bar on Thursday night just to have 2 drinks and have a great night. It is affordable. You go to the Prince Band Room to listen to X, Y and Z, or you grab 5 of your mates and you go to the Forum and, you have a great night out. They're safe venues. They're all in this room. They're very safe. The experiences, because of the requirements put on us by insurance, we have huge amount of security there that are all great security. They're all, they're all friendly.
Thank you, Ms. Brenner. Deputy Chair.
Just one more. So just on that issue, I guess, of, I guess that maybe a generation of people who haven't yet had that experience. Some of the evidence that we have heard is around incentives for young people to, whether that's a voucher system or something that young people get a voucher and go experience. Do you think that sort of thing would be, I say work, but like in terms of the business models that you all run, would that sort of system, work if people were able to sort of come and use that sort of system to experience it for the first time, for example?
I definitely think it'd be a good stimulus. We're all seeing, depending on the show, obviously there's the TikTok gigantic things that again becomes like a Taylor Swift, but beyond that there is a bit of a gap in the youth engagement with live music, and that's always been such a big demographic for particularly new up-and-coming bands, in having that 18 to 25-year-old kind of part of the market, which is definitely some kind of stimulus to get them out, and particularly to the smaller venues and getting to experience those. I think that's where a lot of that risk aversion and fear of safety messaging potentially comes in, because they don't understand those spaces. So something to motivate people to be going into those spaces. It would have to be focused on a grassroots level. There's not really, at that higher level, not much point in encouraging and giving people money to buy tickets to something they're going to anyway. But for the grassroots venues where those audiences aren't there, it would be incredible to have some kind of stimulus like there was the hospitality one post-COVID.
I think better quotas of Australian content on radio across the board as well would have a huge impact, particularly on local radio stations. People do, an incredible amount of people still listen to radio, whether it be in the car or at home. And I think, for example, something like, Inner FM in just out of Melbourne here, They talk about it quite a bit, but they don't necessarily adhere to it. But there are a lot of people listening to these radio stations, and if they were hearing a band on Tuesday or Wednesday while they're driving to work or working on site or something like that, and they hear that they're playing a show at a venue on Friday or Saturday, you know, there's a likelihood that they're going to attend that show, particularly in that little bit outer of Melbourne as well, where they're maybe just a little bit more starved for how to find sort of thing. You know, we don't have the street press that we used to have in Melbourne. That I think also back in the day, having Beat Magazine and Impress Magazine as a newspaper style format was huge for our scene. People would pick it up or read it in the venue. It's much more reduced now.
I know there is that the live music locator that they brought in, which
you're
is,
asking
I
people
guess,
to do something as well.
Yeah,
They're great, and there's some really good Instagram pages as well. But you're sort of asking people to go and find it, whereas if they just trip over it on the radio, I think sometimes that's the best method of discovery.
well, I think at the moment the importance of community radio stations, Triple R and PBS, has become actually paramount to a lot of the local grassroots venues. To the point where I know a lot of bookers who actually just now send all their shows and all their updates to them to make sure it gets across, because I definitely notice when I know a band's being interviewed on the Monday or Tuesday, I know that show will be a really busy show on the weekend and that we're all seeing uptick in ticket sales. Otherwise, the only chance you've got really these days is when you open doors, people will come in. Like, people are trying to save, even on booking fees, people will try and save money on that. They don't want to spend the extra $1 on a booking fee. And when you're thinking like that, I think it shows the state of the market.
Absolutely.
I'm just going to throw to Ms. Templeman. I believe you're back on the line.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks so much for talking us through this. I need to disclose two things. My son has played sold-out performances at the Forum and tells me it's more beautiful than the Enmore. And he's also played the Old Bar, although I don't think it was as large an audience. But so I've got a bit of a picture of the terrific role your venues play. So thank you for that. Can I just go back quickly to insurance? In terms of getting a better understanding amongst insurance or reinsurance businesses about the risk involved, I know that some of you are members of the Australian Live Music Business Council. Do you feel like there is a conversation happening with insurance, or does that feel like it's sort of at a standstill?
I went to, sorry, it's Joel from the Old Bar here. I went to a Music Victoria run. I don't know if Kit was there as well.
I was there. I was very surprised by what was said to us that we hadn't been informed.
It was more sort of based on the venues adapting to be able to sort of get the insurance that was available. So they were like sort of promoting us to maybe not advertise our happy hours and not, seem like people are going, having a lot of fun and a lot of risk and stuff like that, which seemed to me like that it was at a standstill for the talk to the insurers.
Yeah. Okay.
ALMBC communications. I'm a member of the ALMBC, and I have seen progression there, and we're very thankful to the ALMBC, but not a great deal of progression recently.
Okay, thank you.
The insurance, the investigation to look for ways for venues.
Sorry, Mr. Atkins, can you speak up a bit? You're a bit low.
I would say that in that Music Victoria meeting, we were told that pretty much it was at a roadblock with any assistance that was being promised to provide it to the venues, which actually was quite a few of us spoke straight after that, and we were quite devastated and shocked to hear that that's how we heard the announcement, was just basically because we turned up to have a chat. Yeah, it's kind of quite disappointing, to be honest.
Further questions?
Thank you. Yes. There has been some suggestions by some witnesses, including APRA AMCOS, and they proposed the introduction of a live performance tax offset to encourage the performance of more live music. What are your thoughts on that proposal? And would some sort of tax offset be of benefit to you?
Given Mr. Pimlin's on the phone, you wouldn't mind just taking Mr. Morrison's lead and just saying your name before you speak?
Can you just clarify what you mean, tax offset?
Yeah, some sort of tax incentive that would be applied when you have live music versus where you're let's say, a pub that doesn't have live music versus one that does. That's the sort of idea a few people have put forward. You know, we've talked about incentives to get young people or people to come along to live music, but this is going the other way, saying let's incentivise businesses and give them some sort of tax offset if they do it.
Any tax offset, sorry, it's Liam here from the Alba. Any tax offset would be welcome, but it would need... It's always muddied a little bit by the possibility of venues that don't have live music quickly installing a really crappy system and putting on really underwhelming shows, which would probably just go to not represent what we do well overall, I think. You know, there was I read something a while ago about someone putting forth an idea of if you were a live music venue for X amount of time that catered to X amount of shows per year on a stage with a PA system, that there could be a mechanism where they would rebate some of the beer excise per quarter or something like that. You know, if we want this system that we have now to continue, which is young bands possibly forming in school, working their way up to then starting to play in small venues like ours, and then moving through to the Prince and working their way up to the Forum, and then ending up on the world stage, that then everyone seems to be extremely proud of them, then it needs to happen really quickly, and we need something like this put in, because I can't imagine where we're going to be in 5 years' time. You know, with the beer excise, now is the tipping point. It's bad now. You know, paying $8 for a pot of beer is bad, in my view, in this economic environment that we're in. But let's not forget that we haven't just seen the last excise rise. It's going to happen again in January, and then it's going to happen again in next August, and then it's going to happen in the following January. And because it's a percentage, it's not a straight line. It is scooping up higher and higher, and it's only a matter of time until it is unjustifiable to buy a glass of beer in one of our venues.
Yeah. I think also with the tax... Sorry, Miss Sally Maither from Forum. I think also with the tax offset stuff, it has to recognise the cultural value of live music, but in the essence of what that is. So it has to be original as well, and it has to be in relation to Australian musicians and Australian music. Like, that's really what needs support and what is the driver of our industry. You know, as you're saying, like someone putting in a dodgy stage in a venue that wasn't there and not knowing how to treat artists or pay them properly and all of that side of things, but also playing, cover songs or tribute songs is not the same thing as a dedicated live music venue that knows how to treat artists and is actually a core part of what this industry is. So having something that is connected and has a clear reference point to what live music and live music venues are would be really important in having that.
Parameters.
Yeah, I'm Kit Atkinson. So with Social State, I also book the Jam, and definitely, like, kind of in long conversations we've had about that, I think the tax offset is a great idea. If we could make it work, and whether or not it's that you get someone like Music Victoria who has an understanding with the current existing venues of who is providing that support to artists, something like that, might be a better way to see that be successful. Yeah, I mean, I do fear the whole thing of just covers bands are rising or venues just putting on whatever live music, and I agree that some venues would try that, which is a sad state, but that's just the way the world is. But absolutely for a venue like the Gem to be encouraged by getting, tax offsets to keep putting on grassroots shows and giving opportunities for bands to be exposed to crowds and play. Like the Gem has a floor. We don't even have a stage. We've got a very simple PA system, but at the moment we're getting anywhere between 3 to 6 shows a week, and at times it's more than we can afford. But my email is absolutely full of people wanting to play, and we can't afford to have everyone play at our venues. And it would be great if we could all, if we had a tax offset to help with that, because right now we have to cut back on shows, and we all know that there are quite a few favourite venues of ours who actually stopped doing live music in the last 6 months even. As soon as those insurance hikes hit, you can go and read the papers, because the papers certainly publicise that. Again, as the negative press that we saw for festivals, it seems to be the negative press seems to be the word of the day at the moment, which, again, is something we need to change. And, maybe the tax offsets is something that could really be looked into and help out.
You're 4 ex-journalists on this committee. I think we all know how bad news sells papers. Ms Templeman, do you have any further questions, or I'll throw to Ms Daniel?
Could I ask, if I could ask one more?
One
Just
more.
listening to the way you all describe it, I mean, you clearly do what you do because of a deep commitment to making sure Australian musicians get a gig, and Australian audiences get to hear them. I'm getting a sense of it being a real ecosystem, that you're making decisions based on how much airtime. If a band has a decent amount of airtime, they're going to have some followers to come along. But can you just give us some of the key things that happen before you're even looking at booking people that helps you determine whether they are going to be able to, pull the crowd you need to make it financially sustainable?
Well, that's the booker's secret, isn't it?
Oh, we went to the first election?
Yeah. Sorry, it's goal for the old
The secret.
It's pretty much.
What are the things we should be mindful of in terms of making sure that this, because I don't feel like this is a problem that starts at your venues. I feel like it's an issue that has several steps back, maybe even going back to, school and the exposure to live performance there. But so if there are some thoughts you can share that are not commercial in confidence, that would be great.
Sally, your forum, I can probably start to this because it's a bit easier for me to determine, or say what we use to determine. As 2,000 capacity venue, to feel confident in people coming and playing at our venue, they generally have a history playing at the smaller venues throughout Melbourne, whether they're Australian or international. It is a big number of tickets for an independent band to play, so that is often something that we are looking at, is having that experience, and that's something that I guess all bands, to be successful and have sustainable careers, need to be able to do, is play in quality venues at all levels. At each step that they're at, there is a different level of experience you need to have, whether it's the type of gear you have access to, the staff you have, the numbers you need to get there, that having that full ecosystem there, right down to from the 30 to 50 capacity places, all the way up. There's a level of professionalism that shifts and changes with each level, so it's really important to have that full ecosystem there, which is why, although we are a bigger venue, we're really passionate about everything that leads up to us, because it's so important from a business level to us as well.
Yeah. Sorry, James from Social State here, and wholeheartedly agree there with Sally, because basically our business is based on that ecosystem where Social State books everything from 100 cap rooms all the way up to the top end of 5,000 cap rooms interstate and some in Melbourne. And that side of things, if you don't have, say, that growing and working ecosystem and great venues at each level, we know if you're selling out Liam's Old Bar, well, then you're a good chance then to kick up and then get another gig at the 400 cap venue in Brisbane. And if you sell out that, you're a good chance to sell out the Prince as well. So at that higher capacity level, I think that working ecosystem is crucial, and this panel's a great indication of that ecosystem. We've got venues from 175 up to 2,000, and all our venues in between are Social State. And another good indication of the community point that Kaylee and Sally and Liam were making is that Liam, myself and Sally were on the Save Our Scene working group, where all the venues at the height of COVID came together to help each other out and get assistance. So I think community and ecosystem are key terms there.
Thank you. I'm just going to keep it rolling on. Ms Daniel?
Thank you. I'm just trying to get my head around the sort of generational shift that's happened, and you've all sort of articulated things like public liability insurance and such that have had an impact. I'm just trying to figure out to what extent the pressure that is on now has come from government settings, so things like the payroll taxes and obviously insurance, land tax and other things, but then balancing that with changing habits that people have, because some of the things you've talked about are really sort of education and marketing and trying to get music in front of people as an option, and then sort of bringing that back to what levers government can pull. You know, if we were to think, what can we unwind in the industry that's happened over the last, let's say, 10, 15 years that would help fix the problem? What would be the key things? But then also, how much of it's to do with the fact that kids sit on their phones and they're sort of in their own heads a lot more now, and they're not sort of out, well, they're out in the world in a different way. How do you think through those things when you're running these kinds of businesses?
I think one of the issues is definitely the pandemic and the closures that we had. And this is going back to the band, because what Joel and I saw, particularly with Joel's end of the business, prior to that was we had a solid roster of bands that would do sell out or come close to and give us our big successful nights, and then and they were like preparing to move on to these other venues, and then we had the bands that was sort of that middle of the road that were stepping up to selling out their own shows, and then either the bands themselves through workshopping in the venue or via Joel that were brand new setting up that would be the opening act for the night. And so you had this apprenticeship of sorts where you'd have the band that hadn't played a show before playing with a kind of a mid-level band and then a headline sellout band, and learning, okay, we have to provide our own instruments, we have to get posters, we have to do promotion, because they'd be in an email chain all discussing this, who's doing what, who's providing what gear. They'd learn how to talk to the sound engineer on the night, they'd learn how to talk to Joel. And so this sort of stopped. A lot of bands broke up or moved away, or, then when we all reopened, the bands that were sort of selling out, because there weren't many touring bands coming over, they were playing bigger venues, which is fantastic for them, but left us with a little bit of an issue there. And so we found ourselves putting together shows of bands, maybe all of them have never played a show or were playing very early in their career. And it was just a schmozzle, like they don't tell anyone via social media, they rock up without amplifiers and drum kit, assuming that we've just got them there for them. They don't really know how to communicate, and so there's this kind of a little bit of a roadblock between staff and the sound engineer and them. And so there was this kind of breakdown in the mechanism of that. And what happens there also is it's harder to foster a group of young bands if they're kind of being obnoxious and stuff at the bar, and don't have that hierarchy of bands that are willing to support them through that show and communicate with Joel. And it all just kind of stopped flowing. And so
it's a kind of I never know if it's commission or omission. I don't remember which one it is, but it's not. They don't do it on purpose, but it's just total ignorance because they haven't learned. So it's been having to start from scratch again. But in terms of the culture shift, like, we open until 3 a.m. every night of the week. It's quite a late night venue, and there are still young people there, like, coming out every night, and having a good time and stuff. But yeah, the cost of stuff is it's really hampering how much they're spending, and which hampers us, which then has a flow-on effect of like us taking risks with these new bands, because if you're in a healthier place financially, we could take a risk on a young band. And if it wasn't a successful night, then okay, we could take that hit, and then if it was a successful night, they slowly go down the table and end up at the Forum, hopefully. So yeah, it's all the knock-on effects of that.
Kit from Social State. Look, I would also completely agree with you, and also remember a few chats that we've had, such as we've got a Facebook, it's a little secret group that we've got going on Facebook for Melbourne bookers, and we've had many conversations and actually have pulled notes of what we should add into our confirmation worksheets of how bands should be pushing their shows, how to promote their shows with a real step-by-step guide. And I actually, especially for the ticketed shows, when certain shows aren't selling when they should be, I get bands to go through the checklist with me of, have you done this, have you done that, have you got a Facebook event? No one uses Facebook anymore. Well, 5 people might. Things like that, and the updating of information, if a band might announce a socials post They often think that's enough, just one post, as opposed to, no, get different content, share it with the venue, share it with the supports, make sure everyone's pushing these shows. And I mean, honestly, I'd be happy to take an hour out of my time to go and, you know, talk to students about it if we think that that's you know, a worthwhile thing to do, which maybe it is, because back in my day we had, I mean, I'm a dinosaur now, but we had Big Day Out, and Big Day Out was something, you know, that would, you know, really pump up the community. Kids would get excited by it. Kids would go and see, you know, it was all teenagers who'd go to this. Like, it was a crazy thing that we used to have, and we don't have that anymore. And we need to get that back. I think, like, organisations such as Girls Rock are amazing, and, like, you know, there's a fantastic Melbourne band called the Vovos who were a product of Girls Rock, which was basically a yearly camp, or I think bi-yearly. Yeah, actually the drummer in my band, Shannon, you know, still runs that and does a great job. So no worries, Shannon. But look, we need organisations like that, and we need more funding into organisations like that. I think it's actually, you know, organisations like that are having a really hard time as well, getting more kids involved, and also just in terms of, you know, the support behind it is also dwindling.
So if I could ask you just to, if you're going to say, just to keep it brief, because I'm sure Ms Daniel's got a couple more questions, and I've got to get to Ms Coker, so we're running out of time. So if you wouldn't mind just keeping your answers a bit briefer than they have been. Thanks.
Just going back to what you were saying about the marketing side of things and that being separate to the government side, I guess the biggest communications piece that's happened in the last 5 years impacting live music was during COVID, everyone being told by the government that live music was the most dangerous place that you can be, that we were the highest risk environment. With all of the restrictions that happened, live music was always at the forefront of what was high risk. When you have, you know, the teenagers that are getting to that, turning 18 and not having been out and working out what spaces they want to go and be safe in, if that's the messaging they're hearing, that's not something that you easily forget. So in terms of turning that around, I feel like there is some work to be done from the government side in changing that messaging back around and reminding people of the cultural value, the community and the positivity that comes out of the live music space, because that's where the negative messaging actually started.
100%. We've got emails exactly saying that. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms Daniel?
I'm good.
You're done. Ms Coker?
Yeah. I have to say that I love the Forum, and I have been there over many years, very regularly. It's the most beautiful venue, and I just, it's interesting. Like, I think whenever I've been, there's been lots of people there. It seems really fantastic, but it is what you've all said is that there's a challenge with getting younger people to come to venues, and we've had a number of witnesses have said today that the role of the media. Questioned the role of the media in promoting Australian music, and there seems to be a real shift to, you know, the international artists, and I'm just wondering, is that correct from your point of view, and what's the role of Australian media in us being proud of our own artists and attracting young people to come to live venues?
We've actually had a shift. I actually looked at this before I came here. So at the Forum, over the last, from 2017 to now, we've had a shift from it being about 45 to 50% Australian headline acts to about 20 to 30%, which is pretty huge, particularly considering, like, the COVID kind of, in the 2022 period, there was that COVID period where we couldn't even have internationals for some of that year.
In conjunction with that, to your point, our best form of advertising is still our gig guide on
community
radio. And so the Forum itself invests in a rolling gig guide, so we advertise on behalf of the acts coming through. So,
which is also something that's relatively unique to Victoria, because although there is community radio in each of the states, they have nowhere near the pull of what Victorian, like Triple R and PBS are two of the biggest listenerships of community radio nationally.
But that sort of seems to have, there's a group of people that listen to those stations. It's a bit of a bubble in a way. Like, it's all media does it have a role to play, and how do we get you know, and even in government, what is there anything that we can do to actually enhance the the list, the amount of Australian music being played.
Exactly what Liam said, the quotas, the Australian content quotas, yeah. That
It's so low in Australia. We've got such an amazing range of arts and music in every state, really, but particularly in Victoria. It would be so easy for every radio station, whether it be commercial or independent, to fill better quotas. Yep.
So it's something we need to work on. And I just have one more question. You all understand the live music industry exceptionally well, and you've obviously all had to adapt to the marketplace. Is there anything that you are doing that is working? I'm pleased to hear you seem to work as a bit of a network and you support one another and you might share ideas, and I'd certainly think that's a great thing. But is there anything that you are doing that is working?
Trying.
So our biggest initiative in the last period has been rebating promoters, hirers, on the number of support acts that they are bringing in before the headline act. So if you have one support, you pay a bit less. If you have two supports, you pay even a bit less more. Come around the wrong way. But yeah, encouraging promoters to have, at least two, if not three support acts. And that's a huge pathway for grassroots artists.
Which it works well as a venue, having people in there for longer from one side of things, but also it's such an incredible opportunity to have acts develop. When we talk about the ecosystem and how acts grow to different levels, being a support act is such a huge part of that. So
And
it's
making that accessible and affordable for both the promoter and the artist, but also for us, we get a longer stay in the venue. So we get, instead of doors open for 2 hours, we might get doors open for 3 hours. So that works beautifully.
Thank you. I've got one here which goes to your earlier testimony, I think it was Mariner from memory. You're talking about how early ticket, or in fact most of you were about early ticket sales drying up, lack of confidence. And I think it might have been you, Ms. Mather, point. If consumers were able to buy early knowing that they would get their money back, do you think that would make a difference to people having the confidence to book early? Because I think at the moment, I think my kid has bought a ticket to go to an interstate concert and can't go now, and it's not because of a cancellation of the thing, but obviously they have to try and move that ticket some other way. But if the concert was to cancel and there was a guaranteed return of the refund of the price, do you think that would make a difference in terms of early bookings?
I mean, potentially, but at the same time, I think that's mostly how that operates anyway.
All right.
So I think it's more...
Do you think it's well understood?
Not necessarily, but I think that's where that messaging comes in about the importance of getting in early and supporting the bands, and how that sense of urgency being in there with buying a ticket, rather than that fear of what might happen. Because whether it's realistic or not, it's what people are acting on.
And have you had much experience with Tixel? I find them to be we don't use them, but they're a pretty honourable and reputable
They're
company.
a good resale company. Things like resale help, but if a show cancels, people get their money back.
Yes,
they have to.
I'm going to ask a quick catch-all of there's pretty much three groups at the table. If you wouldn't mind keeping the answers brief, because we are going to run out of time. What's the single most important thing we need to recommend to ensure there's a healthy live music future in Australia?
For us, it's the positive messaging.
Thank you. That's very brief.
We'd say, positive messaging with help on costs, venue costs.
Right.
I'd say pushing the local content more for us, and
I'd say
anything to do with insurance.
Yeah, the insurance and the alcohol excise for smaller venues like us is key, because that can bring everything down and make more people come out.
All right. Well, look, thank you all for your attendance, and I do apologise for asking you to truncate some of your answers, but if you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there's anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by the 19th of August 2024, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections, and you're all free to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Go well. Well, we all should be going to the forum. It's the most beautiful thing.
Oopsie. I just got my foot on it. Thank you.
Okay, I now call representatives of the School of Computing and Information Systems at the University of Melbourne. And for the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Emma Bailey and I am a researcher at Melbourne University.
Thank you, Ms Bailey.
I'm Dr. Sheila Dreyfus. I'm a senior lecturer in the School of Computing and Information at the University of Melbourne.
Thank you, Dr. Dreyfus.
I'm Dr. Christopher Ewan and I'm a lecturer in the School of Computing and Information Systems at the University of Melbourne.
Thank you, Dr. Ewan. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Commonwealth Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. Before inviting you each to make an opening statement, we'll do our introductions and I'll start with the Deputy Chair.
Bridget Archer. I'm the member for Bass in Tasmania.
Zoe Daniel, member for Goldstein in Melbourne.
And Libby Coker, member for Corangamite, which takes in Surf Coast, Bellarine Peninsula and some of Geelong.
And on the line we have?
And Susan Templeman, the member for Macquarie, which is Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury, and I'm also the Special Envoy for the Arts.
And I'm Brian Mitchell, Chair of the Committee and member for Lions in Tasmania. And we now invite you to make an opening statement if you wish.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm Dr. Sheila Dreyfus, as identified. We are here speaking as academics rather than on behalf of the university, just to make clear. In a very general sense, what we wanted to say is that we're technologists, and technology has transformed the music industry and live music industry very much over the last 50, 75 years, and it's about to do so again very profoundly with the application of AI to it. The good news is we think there are ways that things like data analysis using technology can help the live music industry, and we've mentioned that in our submission through, for example, having a champion in federal government who would find ways to use things such as federal government's detailed weather data to provide information of a predictive nature to the entire industry, so it's a level playing field for everyone, and maybe that would reduce risk from climate change, for example, closing events such as Pitch Festival. We think live music is a social good, and that in a sense we've seen some negative things come out of social media in the last decade, quite substantial ones, and music, and particularly live music, provides a kind of antidote to this, because where you have fragmentation in society that can happen from social media, you have cohesion that can happen as a result of the bonding that comes from people enjoying live music together. It's also important for a sense of national identity, as I'm sure you have heard repeatedly. However, that needs proactive involvement by federal and state governments to ensure that the pathways in it are kept solid. And there's also a social need to protect small Australian businesses as well as artists from international major competitors who have a set of other advantages. The other thing I would add here is that we particularly are interested in the fact that there's a consumer protection angle here, and that is that we might like to say markets are a good thing, and they can be a good thing for outcomes. However, markets only work when you have proper information. And what we see here is the advent of AI-based music being potentially put on a set of large streaming entities, and the consumers don't know what they're buying. they're not informed. We haven't found labelling of it, and we'll talk more about that. But I think that's very important to mention. We also made mention of, we think of the importance of analysing potential failures in the insurance market. I'm sure people have touched on that as well. What's interesting about our team, 2 members unfortunately couldn't make it today, is that although we're all technologists and academics in the School of Computing Information Systems, we all have some interest or background in music. So whether we have people who play as musicians, Emma who's worked with music and young people, so we've got some background on that as well. So hopefully that has elucidated our contribution.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'm from the Terminator generation, so I've got to say AI scares the hell out of me. Although the industry minister assures me that there's positive applications for AI. I don't know. Anyway, look, how do we? Because I think it's fascinating, and your submission and your evidence comes completely out of, I don't want to say left field, but it's not an area that I thought I'd be discussing during a live music inquiry, but it is so relevant. How do we regulate what is an extremely fast-moving piece of the technological landscape without stifling innovation? Because I look at how essentially policy making dropped the ball on the social media platforms, and we've seen what behemoths they've become, and we're scrambling to sort of regulate now. And AI seems to be moving even faster. But we also don't want to stifle the innovation. Where's the balancing? Where's the balance?
It's not easy, and it turns out that governments around the world are grappling with this issue regarding AI regulation in bigger areas than live music. However, there are a few things that you can do as starting points, and of course one of them is informing consumers. And so one thing we've talked about is potentially, and this would take some research to actually do, but is to try and develop some methodology of evaluating how much of music is AI-based and how much of music is human-based, the human in the loop. So if you think about when you go into a supermarket now, because you have food labeling, you not only know what's in the food, but you also know what percentage of it is made in Australia. And there's a nice horizontal bar graph. You can kind of see that. That's helpful. So that is one thing. The other thing I think you can do is decide that as government, you believe that the industry needs to be supported. There is a soft power element here. There's obviously different political spectrums do or don't want to interfere in society, but you're actually talking about something here that is very important for national cultural identity, and plenty of other governments do things like support through financial support and other supports, ways to ensure that things don't go away, and pipelines for young emerging artists don't go away. And Dr. Ewan will be able to talk a little bit more about the issue of consumer understanding of AI.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just add from a AI standpoint that a lot of the time these days, consumers really don't know what music is generated by AI versus what is generated by humans. So there are some categories where right now the technology is still, to some extent, in its infancy. It will continue to develop very rapidly over the next few years. So, for example, a lot of vocal tracks are very difficult at the moment for AI to generate. But if you look at areas in which AI does very well, so for example, generating classical music, it's very difficult for humans to actually tell. In fact, humans only do a little bit better than random guesswork at picking whether something is made by AI or not. And that's a big concern because we're already seeing a lot of music uploaded to live platforms like Spotify, for example, that is generated by AI. And humans at the moment really don't have any way of knowing whether that is actually AI or is not. So I think that labelling and transparency is actually absolutely crucial here. There is a lot of evidence to suggest that when humans do know that something is generated by AI, they don't really like it as much. They would much rather have something that's generated by another human. And so I think a lot of the work here can be overcome if there is sufficient transparency.
Well, I was saying before that you have 4 former journalists on this panel, and I've seen with some, which is completely irrelevant to this committee, but with horror, some of the newspaper companies now using AI to generate content. And at the moment, it's like weather reports and things like that. You think, okay, well, but it's not identified as such. It's not. There's no byline saying AI generated. So, yeah, that issue of reader transparency is not there. And I guess that's also happening in the live or the music space. Not so much live music; it's recorded music, but. But I mean, if we can play devil's advocate, what right should a consumer have? Why should it matter to somebody to know how it's been generated. Why should, if I take the position of being a big executive of a company that's making tons of money out of AI music generation, why should I have to go to the expense of telling the audience that AI is creating that content?
Yeah, so I would say, obviously, from a financial standpoint, it's entirely true that corporations can benefit a lot by not disclosing the fact that music is generated by AI. However, I think that there is, and this has been clearly identified in the research, there's a fundamental value to society in having music, music that is generated by humans. And we talk about this concept of cultural value that's generated by music. One component of that, as Dr. Dravis has said already, is the ability to draw people together, to have these conversations and these expressions of human emotion that can then be heard by other people and built upon. And that's something that is completely lacking in AI music. It can produce something that sounds like things that have been made in the past, but it doesn't have the ability to authentically generate new content in the way that humans do. And so if you look at the cultural value of AI music, it's low to non-existent.
Ms. Bailey?
Can I add something in there as well? And hopefully I'm not going to contradict any, or tell me if you think I'm saying something wrong from a technical point of view, but AI is trained on existing content. Yeah. So that limits its ability to do something that is new. So if AI starts to take over the landscape of music from humans, we would never have had jazz or popular music or anything if AI had been invented in the 19th century, because it would have continued to generate the sort of music that people expected based on what had come before.
I mean, I think I was just going to add, Fatboy Slim did a great interview when he was out here, I don't know, a visit or two ago. And he played Groove in the Boo, for those of you who have rural seats. And he said, look, one of the great things about human musicians is that they make mistakes. And it turns out that some of the best hits, the things that we've all enjoyed and unify us, come from those mistakes. And while you might have lots of iteration in AI trying things, necessarily getting to that mistake and recognizing its value may be quite a different thing. The other thing that I think is quite important is that you have a risk here. The risk here is that if the behemoths who are involved in streaming also are the only people who end up making the music and making the profit from the music, you have a vertical integration problem. And therefore you have no competition in the market. And you've killed the cow, you get no milk, because you've killed off the avenue through which emerging artists can actually develop their audience locally. Australian-based artists can make a living by developing a following and an artistic list themselves.
And this is the relevance. This inquiry, of course, is that if the bread and butter of for a lot of musicians is this sort of session music stuff, making music for advertisements and this commercial sort of side, if that's all taken up by AI, then they don't have the underpinnings for which they can then emerge as artists, and we just kill that avenue for live music in the future. So we just snuff it out. Terminator, Skynet.
Just one more thing, that of course specialties do disappear, but the loss of music as a profession is much worse than the loss of buggy whip manufacturers. It's an actual sort of good for the people who are involved in creating the music also.
Yeah. Deputy Chair?
No, not at the moment.
Ms. Clark?
I just want to ask you, what measures do you think can be taken to ensure that AI complements live music rather than replaces human musicians?
I mean, I think the labelling is key and consumer information is key, but you've got to, through potentially reviews, you've got to make sure there isn't market domination that squeezes out the live musicians and their livelihood. But also, I mean, we've discussed the need to actually fund artists directly. And certainly there have been some cases of government grants to management companies, and there can be a basis for that. But funding artists directly for a year or 2 years is a way to ensure that they're producing something, that the humans are producing something, that the humans based in Australia are producing Australian music, and ensure its longevity. And as Emma was saying, it's not the case that you say, well, okay, sometimes widgets the electric typewriter has to go to the buy, but the electric typewriter is not, a national cultural thing. It's not something that binds us. If you talk to someone, my children, about millennials, talking about boomers, they hate boomers, they talk about boomers, they're disparaging about boomers. But one thing about boomers that's very interesting is you find, talking to them, they are very bound by the music of their era. It's a unifying force in what was otherwise a fragmenting period. And so it goes to the ability, I think, of government in a soft power, not too interventionist way, to provide this kind of national unity through shared knowledge and experience, as well as, artistic value. So I think those two things are both, in terms of market oversight, regulation, consumer information that's informative, including not just yes, no, because it's not binary, and also proactively sort of defending through financial support Australian-based artists' ability to perform. We mentioned in the submission something quite interesting. In the city of Paris, 20% of the property is owned by the city council, and they don't only lease it out at a discount to particular stores and services, they actually manage the stores and services. So they make sure that, it's not just trendy makeup boutiques, that there are actually all the things that the society in the inner city needs to have a community there, whether it's
Can I just ask you, do you think there's anything government can do in terms of regulating AI in this space? Have you got any suggestions about what could be done?
I would say I wouldn't be inclined to recommend harsh regulation. I think, for one thing, AI is actually a very valuable tool as a co-creation tool for a lot of artists. So, for example, you have the ability to expand upon lyrics that you might have already generated. You can test different ideas. You can experiment with different instruments that might not have been possible, and that can aid an individual artist's development, not just in producing a track, but also building their own ability to then go and deliver some live music. So I wouldn't say that the idea should be to regulate it out of existence or do anything along those lines. I think that transparency, from my point of view, is probably the most critical aspect.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrigan. Ms. Daniel?
Yeah, just on that last point, given what you've just said, is there a case for supporting the industry into AI? Because, of course, inevitably there will be scope for, you develop your lyrics and your music, and then you can put it into a system and sort of test whether it's going to fly in the market. There's a whole lot of things that you could use AI for. So should we be flipping this around the other way in terms of the benefit analysis?
I think there's a lot of benefits. I think at the moment the biggest thing is this area is evolving so rapidly that it's very difficult to sort of decide on what is going to emerge as any sort of a steady state at the moment. I do think that there is value, though, in some of these tools as co-creation mechanisms for people, definitely.
Another option could be that, it'd be possible to say a small tariff on wholly AI-based music, no human in the loop, to provide some subsidy to live music artist performances or creation that are humans in the loop. That might be a method of, in a sense, leveling that playing field and also preventing that risk of vertical integration and domination by a few international behemoths of the industry.
Yeah. Or, given what Chris has said before about actual consumer preferences, just the transparent labelling might do a lot of the work. And people who really valued novelty would know, well, I'm unlikely to get that in a fully AI-generated sphere.
Yeah. I would just add that it's extremely cheap to produce wholly AI-based music, to the extent that for less than $100 or so per month, we're talking trivial amounts of money here, somebody can subscribe to a commercial service and basically type in some keywords of the sort of thing that they're after. And this is, I suppose, the sort of low-value content that we think should really not exist on platforms, or if it is going to exist, then should be clearly labelled so that it's not competing directly with what people see as...
I'll just jump in there and quickly explore that a bit further. When you say $100 a month, so somebody can subscribe to a channel for AI generation, throw in some keywords and it'll pump out a song? Is that what will happen? Or
that's the idea, yes. So it tends to do better on things that don't involve a lot of vocals, that are purely based on producing melodies.
Just patterns of sound, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Having said that, the technology is very quickly improving in this space. So yes, they can produce vocals now. It can produce things that sound reasonable, but right now it's a little bit tinny, I suppose. You could tell that it's produced by...
And what about songwriting?
Songwriting and complete generation.
Yeah. Large language models could already do that for free.
Yeah. And is songwriting happening in any sort of? Are you aware of songwriting occurring in any sort of commercial sense at all? Is it replacing human songwriters in terms of commercial jingles and those sorts of things?
I think there's advertised services now that you can potentially. I think there are services that may be advertising to do it for you for AI-based service here. We'll provide it for you.
Do you really devalue so some poor old songwriters hawking their skills out to somebody and they go, well, just
they can't
shove it into ChatGPT and get it.
Yeah,
exactly.
But it's not necessarily high quality. There was recently a conference at Melbourne University looking at the rise of Taylor Swift's incredible popularity and why. And a couple of researchers, one of whom I was speaking to, they generated some Taylor Swift songs from AI. And I have to say the lyrics were really bad. They were just awful.
Yes. And this is the same thing with the person who was talking to Nick Cave on his blog about generation. There was a bit of back and forth between an AI proponent who wrote a Nick Cave song, and Nick Cave pretty much eviscerated that and said, well, these are all the reasons why this is not a good song. But I think some people would not necessarily tell the difference. It would
well,
really
if it's background.
Yeah, that's right. Depends how you consume music, really.
I mean, if we all think that we're a little bit tortured by elevator music in shopping malls, like imagine that writ large.
Yes.
Because
and so the problem is to be able to filter this out to get to the human stuff.
I just want to go to one of the non-AI points in the materials that you provided, and particularly the ACCC points. Can you just flesh out, so the 2 points were to have the ACCC examine the insurance market as it relates to live music, and also that the ACCC should review artist rights with respect to digital platforms, aka Spotify, and also remuneration. Can you just take us through those couple of points?
So it's been pretty well, I think, known within the live music industry that insurance costs have been going through the roof. I don't know if you've heard evidence of it, but certainly anecdotally, a lot of music venues have heard that. And that's going to be true of live festivals as well as just local performances at the pub. There seems to be a lack of clarity as to the cause of that. Certainly, climate change would be an element of it for the live venues. And that's one reason we suggested that having a sort of champion of live music funded by the federal government who could, among other things, draw on data sets. I mean, farmers used significant data sets that have analysis done on weather to improve their output. There's no reason why you couldn't do that to create a minimum standard voluntary code for people involved in live music festivals. And if that was met, you would expect that the insurance industry would significantly reduce the cost. But I don't know enough because basically the people I've spoken to who've been involved in live music don't have clarity themselves, even though they've asked for it from the insurance industry, about understanding why the risks have gone up so much, including just pubs in Collingwood. You know, why are there? Because they're not having the same bushfire risk. So I was told that there was only one major insurer covering most of the market. Again, I don't know if this is accurate, but a lack of clarity about the sudden and substantial rises might make one pause and wonder if a lack of competition was a reason. If that single insurer, if there was a single insurer and that single insurer had most of the specialist data in the space, you could have a risk where other insurers don't want to compete in that space because they don't have that specialist data. So providing some sort of opening up of that data would make a market more competitive. That's something the ACCC would have, obviously, a better review of. In terms of the artists themselves, I mean, it would seem to me that a public good would be a way to figure out, and hopefully government can figure out, a way to provide a living wage to a reasonable number of Australian live music artists. Bearing in mind, I'm sure, all the reasons that you've heard about the importance to our national identity of having them. And there are a number of technology disruptors that have contributed to the decline in that opportunity, including online streaming, providing no living wage to the vast majority of artists who are putting their music on there. So I think some sort of assessment to understand and make clear to the public why that is the case, and in that process to hopefully justify a reasonable size investment by government in supporting the artists directly. So I know that the transparency for that is important, but equally the transparency for government, both state, local and federal, which provides the grants, we think should be made transparent as well. So when those grants are made to international artists, Foo Fighters and all the rest of it, there may be good reason, but I think the public has a right to know why the money would go there instead of to an Australian-based artist as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Daniel. Ms. Templeman? Have we lost her?
Thank you. Sorry, just have to get that mute button happening. It's really interesting sitting back and listening, and I'm sorry I'm not in the room with you. But just trying to work out how adept the average listener is at identifying, AI-generated music as opposed to human-created music. And you've given some examples of what might come through, but what is the research? Where is the definitive research on that, or is it still to be done?
So I would say the research is showing at the moment that it depends a lot on what the genre of music is. So classical music, for example, the latest research I've seen was that humans overall were able to pick about 60%. Compare that to a random chance of, say, 50%. That's not great by any means. Having said that, with things like techno, it's basically 50-50. But having said that, with other genres of music that involve far more human lyrics, humans are much better able to pick those at the moment. I would also suggest, though, that this is rapidly evolving technology, and if you take the generation capacity from 2 or 3 years ago, we're far ahead of that now. And it's likely that in the next couple of years it's going to become increasingly difficult for humans to pick that.
Yes, okay. It's a bit scary, really, to think about it in those terms. Look, I'm going to just thank you for the AI discussion. Can I just also go to some of the non-AI examples? And Zoe's touched on the ACCC and insurance thing, so thank you for that. The other suggestions you've got around the subsidies, the venues for soundproofing, like when you look at if we identify the problem as being it very hard for venues to feel like they have a sustainable future, very hard for musicians to feel like there are a range of live performance options at their disposal. When you take it back, where is the root of the issue, or does it have multiple parts to it?
I think it has multiple paths or multiple causes to it. One reason that we were advocating providing the grant funding to a music artist the way you might to an academic for a 3-year ARC grant, for example, is to provide some ability for them to focus solely on their art, but then they could then provide the service to the festival or to the live music venue without necessarily any charge or with a very minor charge. And then the venue only needs to cover its other costs, which obviously changes the financial imperative or the financial challenge to it. But I think, clearly the problem is hard because you've got AI on one end, which is about to just come in and pull the rug out from a lot of the industry in terms of streaming services and stuff. You've got insurance costs, which are not terribly transparent and somewhat complex to be worked out. You have a lack of support for musicians having a living wage over an extended enough period to build a portfolio. And also you've got this competition from social media, which is causing, you know, a generation of young people to sit at home on their couches, you know, on their phones, messaging each other rather than being with 5,000 other young people jumping around screaming to the same music. and Ms. Bailey has some expertise in that.
Do we want to talk a bit about that at the moment? My research tends to focus around social media and how that works with human communities. And there's certainly a lot of research that indicates that social media has a negative effect on the mental health of young people in particular, and in particular girls. So there has been...
Can I just jump in
sure.
here? Sorry to interrupt, because I think this is absolutely a fascinating live issue. When we say, because we often lump social media as having the negative effect, is it social media as a whole, or is it a particular element of social media or a particular subgenre? Or
It really depends on who we're talking about. So, for instance, there's a particular thing about Instagram and teenage girls and body image. So that is a specific, but some of the research really is correlational as far as when the capacity for social media was introduced in various places. That is when the uptick in bad mental health comes from. And sometimes it's a many times rise in bad mental health, in admissions for self-harm, that kind of stuff. There's kind of a dual influence, one of which is that people spend more time alone at home, and the other of which is that the types of interaction on social media are often quite toxic. There's a lot of sort of competitiveness and competition between each other. There is sort of less opportunity for good personal emotional connection. And again, all of these things weigh more heavily specifically on teenage girls than any other demographic.
And there's also a narrowness to the interaction. I mean, it's a one-on-one interaction. It's quite focused and concentrated. Whereas if you're in if you're at a cafe with your friends and somebody's being a bit mean, it's sort of diluted because you've got other people around you. And
yes, to an extent, actually, almost the reverse is part of it, because a lot of social media is very public. So you say a thing, and then 5 million people may take exception to it. And again, this is much worse for teenage girls who has a very strong sense of social conformity. That it decreases mental health in that way. They become more tentative, more anxious, and so on. And so as far as the relevance to live music is concerned, it's just a matter of what are you spending your time on. So if there are more opportunities for people to be in those more traditional local spaces where you are doing something that's not sort of competing with your friends, you're doing a shared activity together, it's in a local space with people that you meet locally, it's low stakes, it involves, physical movement. You go out and dance, and that is an effective mental health intervention in its own right, comparable to any other sort of physical activity or to participation in sports.
And sorry, I'll come back to Ms. Templeman in a moment, but because I think Dr. Dreyfus made the point earlier about the boomers, which is older than me. I can just put that on record. I'm Gen X. There was that you mentioned. They go back to their youth, same as a unifying shared experience, their music. But of course, back then they were all listening to the same radio stations. They're going to the same shows, watching the same things on TV. Whereas now media is so incredibly fragmented. So not only is there a multiplicity of choice out there, but also, as with social media and with the phones, we all live in our own little world of personal choice. We don't. That shared experience is gone. So even if the music's there, we're not necessarily getting it or finding it or discovering it. Is there any insight into that?
What I have found with my own children, who are of roughly the correct age, 18 and 16, is that young people can or have found creative ways to use social media to make connections. So they often share stuff around, and that's really quite powerful because everything is so dispersed, and not everyone has listened to the same thing that you have listened to, so you can really use that as social currency among your group. So that aspect of social media is not negative, but there is a limitation of how much you can have assumed cultural knowledge with random people that you meet out in the world, and that is definitely a loss.
So that's a little bit of that sort of national unity point I was making. You're spot on about that. If we don't have the shared experience, in a sense, we're just a giant fragmented nation. And that is not ideal, particularly given that we've seen so many problems in other nations where that fragmentation has led to active conflict. So in a sense, it seems to me if we have more of a shared experience, you can't go back to an era where you only have 2 newspapers in a major city. And you can't do that for any variety of things, but you can provide music. And no music, I think, is quite as binding as the music you share with people in person in a shared live experience. There is one other social ill that's kind of worth mentioning just while we're taking a hit at social media generally, which is I believe there's been some research work relatively recently out of maybe a Lancet publication showing that there's a correlation between hours spent on social media and risk of vaping and tobacco use among young people. So that goes up as social media use goes up.
I'm sure. Well,
so one of many reasons
why Minister Butler was very pleased to hear that, or not pleased, but interested to hearing that. Ms. Templeman, I'm sorry, I think I interrupted you there. Do you have anything further?
Well, I think that's a really pertinent discussion, though, to have had, given that it's the start of Loneliness Awareness Week. And I know Ms. Daniels and I have both been focused on a whole lot of the things that you've talked about. So really interesting to see it tied. And it's certainly the government's view, and I say this as Special Envoy, that music is not something that just sort of sits in a box on the shelf and, somehow on its own. It's actually tied in with our lives, as is that experience of going out to live music and being part of something. So, yeah, really interesting to get your thoughts on that. I'm completely distracted as to where I was heading. So I think I'll just wrap up by asking one last question around the positives, I suppose. Are there things that you identified, did you identify anything that is actually enabling the live music to take place? Were there any positives that you saw that you went, well, we absolutely have to keep this, and this happening?
In an AI sense or in a general sense?
Just in, look, either. I mean, AI, yes, but also more generally would be great.
There was some innovative stuff going on, of course, during COVID lockdown times in terms of generating music communally together from different places, and a lot of people had a lot of fun with that. It was quite difficult because people would try to do things over Zoom, and the system is very much not set up for having multiple people producing content all at the same time.
Yeah.
So there are certainly some possibilities there which were starting to be explored. But on the other hand, I see that as a technology for using when you really genuinely cannot get together in a room with other people. I think there's a value in the being in a physical location with other people that can't be replaced.
Also, I would just add that I think there is, beyond the weather example I gave, there may be other examples. If there was a live music champion in government who could, in a sense, problem solve for the live music industry, including livelihood for the artists, they may be able to understand the different places in government that has data that would be useful. And by that I mean data that would be analyzable over the long term and could be provided to the whole industry. Now, I know that one of the major changes that places like Splendour in the Grass faced was the fact that they were not getting the number of people buying tickets early in the process. And so, like other festivals, they were cancelling a week or 2 weeks or even before they started for the year to sell the tickets. it may well be that there are pools of data that government can access which can be analysed and shaped in a way to help understand that, to help communicate it to the industry, and to help the industry adjust to it, whether that's, for example, providing for a fee, you can cancel your ticket up to 5 days before the event, but go ahead and buy your tickets now, because at least then there's some certainty. So I think that having, in a sense, a data analyst champion or a data analyst working with the champion might be able to harvest this kind of central data in a way that will help the industry and help it compete with the international behemoths. That's really the issue.
Thank you all for your testimony, and I think as Ms Templeman is actually the government's arts envoy, I think adding live music artist advocate to her title would be not a bad idea. We might recommend that. Look, thank you all for your attendance at today's hearing. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, or if there is anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 19th of August 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to which you may suggest corrections, and thank you for spending a very interesting discussion, and you are released. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I now call representatives from 3 MBS Melbourne and 3 RRR to the table. 3 RRR or RRR? Seems redundant. So we've now been joined by representatives from 3 MBS Melbourne and RRR, not 3 RRR. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Okay, my name is Gail Southwell. I'm the General Manager of 3 MBS Melbourne.
Thank you.
David Houchin, 3 RRR Station Manager and Director.
Thank you. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. Before inviting you to make opening statements, we'll introduce ourselves.
Bridget Archer, I'm the Deputy Chair and the Member for Bass in Tasmania.
Zoe Daniel, Member for Goldstein in Melbourne.
Libby Coker, Member for Corangamite, Bellarine, Surf Coast, parts of Geelong.
And on the line?
Susan Templeman, Member for Macquarie and Special Envoy for the Arts.
And I'm Brian Mitchell, the Chair, and I'm Member for Lions in Tasmania. And before we get you, now, can I just clarify, is it 3 RRR or RRR?
3 RRR is our call sign. The organisational name is RRR Broadcasters.
Thank you. I just like to be precise. And we now invite you to make opening statements, if you wish.
We would both like to, and I was going to start, if that's okay.
Yeah, by means.
Personally, I'd like to acknowledge the original owners of the land on which we meet today, the Kulin Nations, and pay my respects to the elders past and present. And thank you to all of you for making the time to see us today. I thought I'd kick off by telling you a little bit about a bit of an overview about RRR, the impact we have on the live music industry here in Melbourne, and then to speak about one of our projects, Live at RRR in particular. RRR is Australia's most supported not-for-profit community broadcaster with over 17,000 subscribers and donors funding our services. The station's run by 700 volunteers and 30 staff. We speak to a monthly audience of around 1 million people and have a global reach. RRR's Brunswick East headquarters house 6 studios and a live performance space with a capacity of 150 people, so a music venue inside the radio station. Triple R's volunteer presenters are musicians and performers, DJs and producers, music critics, venue and festival bookers, record label and record store owners, promoters, mega fans, and basically ambassadors for the diversity of the contemporary music scene in Australia. Presenters regularly host live music performances, showcase local artists with interviews, and discuss their work to promote upcoming shows. We run 800 plus paid sponsorship campaigns on air each year, and those are largely focused on local music and the arts, and particularly live events. I also believe that we run Victoria's most comprehensive gig guide. Last year we promoted 7,700 live events, all free of charge and all uploaded by Triple R subscribers. All of these elements have a direct positive impact on ticket sales, venue bookings and live music industry revenue, and Triple R's local economic impact. Live at Triple R in particular is a weekly live radio show based in Triple R's live music venue inside the radio station. These events are sold out every week and broadcast live and streamed on demand to take the experience of live music beyond the 150 people in attendance to Triple R's 1 million strong listening audience. The project takes live music into Australian cars, lounge rooms and beyond, creating greater accessibility to live music and to help develop non-traditional audiences for live music. These events are held early on Friday evenings to avoid competing with other live music offerings, and it also gives local community of all ages and cultures access to live music. The events are free of charge for Triple R subscribers and First Nations people to attend. Artists are programmed to represent the diversity of the Australian population, and with a diversity of contemporary music genres as well. This means we see a unique live audience at each event, which continually expands the reach and impact of the project. And each artist is interviewed by a presenter who is certainly an expert in their genre and most frequently shares lived experience with the artist, which allows artists to give greater context to their creative works and establish rapport with the audience. Partnerships with tertiary education providers, volunteering and mentoring means we're also building industry capacity and career development opportunities for the live music industry workers. And we're on the hunt for sustainable funding to maintain and grow these programs and so that we might be able to scale those impacts further.
Thank you. Ms Southwell.
Hello, my name is Gail Southwell. I'm the General Manager of 3MBS, and we are a classic...
Sorry, Ms Southwell, I'm finding it a bit hard to hear you. You wouldn't mind?
Try and put that down a bit. I'll speak up. We are a classical and jazz community radio station. The station has over 250,000 monthly listeners with 10 staff and over 200 volunteers. 3MBS was the first radio station to receive an FM licence in Victoria, and the station will celebrate our 50 years of broadcasting next year. We champion both traditional and contemporary music and works that give voice to musicians that have been marginalised in our genres, including women composers, First Nation artists and classical music from culturally diverse traditions. Our radio programs and live music concerts aim to expand our audience's experience and knowledge of local and international music making. 3MBS's promotion of artists and the live music sector have been the station's role for nearly 50 years. We have weekly programs that promote upcoming live music events. We interview the artists. Many times we accompany a live-to-air performance. We invite both local and international musicians to our studios, and sometimes we record the performance and we broadcast it later. National, regional and Melbourne-based arts organisations and festivals promote their concerts on 3MBS regularly in the form of sponsorship ads. Melbourne Symphony Orchestra, Australian Festival of Chamber Music, Opera Australia. The station provides a free service for community musicians to promote their concerts on our website and as a daily broadcast. After COVID and Melbourne's severe lockdowns, 3MBS saw that the station could play a big role in getting people out to live music again. So we asked our classical music arts organisations and artists to come in and talk about their live concerts. We initiated our Made in Melbourne program that ensured a significant number of paid performances for musicians whose income had been affected by the pandemic. The station received some funding from local government and from the Community Broadcasting Foundation, but mostly it was self-funded, and we provided over 100 opportunities for our musicians. The program continues in 2024, but due to the lack of funding from government funders such as Creative Australia and Creative Victoria, who rarely fund radio stations, we are seriously limited in providing musicians with paid performances. I'm grateful to be here today, having the opportunity to present the work of community broadcasters and the important role we play in supporting the national live music industry. Our sector needs additional government funding for us to do what we so instinctively know how to do, and that is to support our community of musicians and live music every week. Thank you.
Thank you both for those introductory statements. I'll just kick off with a few questions. Mr. Houchen, is that how you say it? Houchen? Houchen, my apologies. It's a shocking day today for names. Could you, if you wouldn't mind, your submission makes reference to the performance space. Is that 150 capacity? Can you just detail for me how is that going? I think you mentioned some sold-out shows, but how's it going generally? And to what extent could that be used as a template for live music in Australia? You know, to either keep it going or how. Yeah, I'll leave that to you.
The events are going really well in that they're sold out and could sell out many times over most weeks in terms of the number of giveaways we do for them. We make them free of charge for RRR subscribers and First Nations people, as I said. And I mean, really, it's the sort of program that we're doing it one night a week. You could scale it dramatically with funding. You know, it's the sort of thing that we could look at making available via the community radio network.
So
made nationwide.
What would need to happen to scale it?
I mean, even to fund it as it exists, it's about a $180,000 annual project. I secured funding from Creative Australia for 6 months of the project successfully, and we're really grateful for that. Allows us to pay the artists as well as sort of fund all of the activities, because I mean, we're primarily a radio station. This is obviously peripheral activity for us. And like MBS, this is really a program we launched coming out of COVID and the pandemic and really wanting to get communities back together again. So yeah, it's currently at $180,000 annual project.
So if I can just get some numbers then. So $180,000 a year for a 150 space venue which runs one show a week.
Yep.
And each of those shows could be a different artist each week. So is it 52 weeks a year?
At the moment, it's probably more like 40. It would be 40.
There's a few weeks out.
About 40 events.
All right, so about 40 events a year. So there's 40 artists could be showcased. There's no reason why that couldn't scale up to say 2 nights a week or 3 nights a week, depending on what is it. It's all volunteer run that you have. So
largely volunteer run. Yeah. So we actually pair volunteers with paid industry professionals and run mentorships as part of the program.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, just a couple more, because I know the other committee members want to get in. Can I ask, if it's not commercial in confidence, what does a subscription cost to your radio station?
Our standard subscription cost is $85 a year.
A year, okay. Yep. And you've got 21,000 subscribers?
No, we've currently got about 17. So we got up to 21,000 during Melbourne's lockdowns.
Yeah.
That was our absolute peak. And at sort of, I think, over 17 at the moment. We're sort of still above our pre-pandemic levels.
17,000 people happy to part with 85 bucks. That's well done. Is there any qualitative data that you've got about the link between your gig guide and how a live performance might, or how an act might, the viability of that act when they perform? Is there any, like for acts that don't appear in your gig guide, how do they go compared to those that do? Is like appearing in your gig guide like a really big deal in terms of getting the word out?
Well, it's obviously a big enough deal that lots of people go to the effort of doing it. But for us, that sort of feedback is more anecdotal than anything.
Okay.
So, I mean, sponsorship on Triple R, every promoter in Melbourne would tell you that works, because Triple R's not only got a large reach in terms of our audience, but it's a really active audience that participates in live music regularly. So I don't have specific stats for you on the gig guide itself.
I was just saying, we had, I made the point earlier that it used to be the street press that did this sort of thing, and
right.
And when I read the summation I've got about what you do and hearing your evidence, I'm very much getting the sense that your station is like a radio version of an old street press magazine. It's you got the edge, you got the new acts, you're doing all those sorts of things. I'm not sure. I don't hope that you don't feel I'm defaming you in any way, but that's meant to be a positive statement.
No, not at all. There's a lot of that about it. I think it's been very hard for a lot of community initiatives within live music to survive over recent years, and I think things like the street press, it's not sort of quite the same as it used to be, I guess.
Oh no, it was. Yeah. It's gone, and I think you've replaced it. Deputy Chair.
Yeah, I was just interested in picking up on the point that you made around paid employees mentoring your volunteers that are coming through, and I'd just like you to expand on that a little bit and talk about why you do that, but also what that's doing in terms of growing that sort of ecosystem, I guess, that presumably feeds into live music as well.
Yeah, I mean, years ago, so this isn't exclusive to the latest Live at Triple R project, but we've run these sorts of live events for years. And so years ago, we basically noticed that lots of people are graduating from these tertiary institutions with training in music expertise, whether it's mixing live bands or stage assist and monitor mixing and things like that. So specific live music skills. They come out of those places and then sort of can't really compete in the industry. There's lots of people with lots of experience. And so, yeah, what our program aims to do is, because we're a largely volunteer-run organisation anyway, we look for people who have recently developed those skills and that training. Maybe they don't have a lot of experience yet. They come in and volunteer with our team. And we have some of the best front-of-house mixers, professional paid front-of-house mixers that work with us, but we go for the nice ones who are nice to our volunteers. And I mean, we've had volunteers that have then gone on to attend festivals with those professionals and just get that leg up to sort of actually then making their own steps and their own inroads into the industry. I mean, one of our current front-of-house people was a former volunteer, sort of mentoring our stage assistants who volunteer alongside them,
So it provides a bit of succession for the organisation going forward as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and people understand when you come to do a show at Triple R, it's a really safe space. It's not a typical live music venue in many senses, and it's really about kind of creating safety for volunteers and a place where everyone can learn.
Ms. Daniel?
Thank you. Question for both of you really about the attraction of listening to the two stations in an environment of very high competition and challenges for radio stations to attract audience. What are you both doing right when you've got all that competition in the space from streaming and such?
Okay, I'll start. Look, I think it's the professional presenters that we've trained that curate their programs. So for our presenters, they come with an idea of what they want to present in a story with music. It's very personable and very different from just a normal playlist. We're part of the University of Melbourne's study on the impact of radio on older Australians, and for them it is the presenter. So they came and surveyed our listeners, and it's the presenter that our listeners say we'd love to have that weekly date with who we enjoy and the music that they provide. And it's really given some great insight, and if we take someone off air, that we should tell our listeners that they will be going for a certain amount of time. I just think we have done enough surveys to know what our listeners are looking for, but we also want to broaden that and have encourage younger listeners as well.
Similarly, I think for us, it's really a community connection. We saw during the lockdowns, the number one bit of feedback that we were getting from our listeners during that time was just thank God for Triple R, thank God you're there, you're keeping us feeling connected to all of these things we care about. For Triple R, that's largely a lot of connections within the creative communities of Melbourne. And really taking very trusted curators, experts at what they do, with a huge depth of knowledge, like a lifetime depth of knowledge, even if they're 20 years old. They've spent those 20 years absolutely immersed in music. So taking those experts and really allowing them to say what they want to say, play what they want to play with very little filter. You know, we really provide a platform for our volunteers that gives them a great deal of freedom, and I think there's just something very real about that in what's an increasingly artificial world in terms of algorithms and depersonalising music. You know, what we're about is, and it's not just music at Triple R, we're 30% talks programming, 70% music, and so it's about public access to discussion and to engagement and to feeling connected in community, I think are sort of really key points of difference for us. And I mean, in terms of comparing us to the streaming providers and things like that, there's no doubt that I think the average Australian has a lot less time spent on any single one media. You know, I think our even our most diehard listeners probably spend a smaller percentage of their time listening to Triple R than they once might have, but that's attention divided amongst all sorts of media, both, you know, audio visual as well as just audio. But with the streaming giants like Spotify and things like that, I think really the way people participate in those most frequently is more akin to records and CDs versus radio. If people want a simple solution to flick on and a trusted curator of that music, that's why they come to us.
Yeah, so it's a relationship.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Interesting anecdote that when after the Trump assassination attempt, there was a comment on social media that wouldn't it be great if there was such a thing as a live podcast? And a whole lot of people replied back, that's radio. Yeah. Just sort of further to this, because I think that, you know, we've heard a lot about the importance of community radio stations with playing local artists, and especially with limited pathways now. And I'm just interested in some reflections from both of you on your sort of funding model, how sustainable it is. You know, everyone can always do more with more, but sort of what the health of both the stations is, and also what your instinct is around people wanting Australian music content, because we've heard a lot about whether quotas should be implemented for commercial radio. Can you reflect on those two things?
Sure. Sorry, Ms. Daniel. Could you tell me
health,
the first one again?
Health.
Okay,
yeah.
so in terms of the community radio sector in general, I think we're sort of really concerned about the amount of funding that's going to the sector overall currently, and very hopeful that perhaps that can be corrected through the Revive paper and upcoming budget changes. In terms of Triple R specifically, we're largely independently funded, so about a bit over 50% of our revenue comes from subscriptions and donations, so 17,000 people I spoke about before. Just under 50% comes from sponsorship. We're in a strong position, we're in a strong cash position because we've sort of been very successful over many years, but we're currently at this point coming out of the pandemic and now the cost of living crisis, both of which really affect our revenue streams, and particularly the current cost of living crisis for people. We're very much at a point where revenue growth isn't keeping up with the growth of our expenses, so we're sort of becoming unsustainable, and so we really do need to consider our peripheral activities. Triple R is going to survive, but we really need to consider how we fund those peripheral activities at the moment. It's a very challenging time. We've gone from, I've really been able to predict our revenue, small amounts of revenue growth year on year, just conservative forecasting, to coming out of the pandemic that's wholly unpredictable, you know. And it's interesting that even though we don't receive a lot of government funding directly at Triple R, the government's intervention that went into sort of live music funding, state government, straight after the lockdowns and things, really we saw sort of our sponsorship then come booming back, because all of those local music promoters who had access to some of that funding were able to buy sponsorship on the station and things. And then in the last 12 months, we've seen our sponsorship drop by over 10% again, and sort of go, okay, where is this predictable base we used to have? So it's become much less predictable coming out of the pandemic. The station will absolutely survive because we're so well supported by our subscribers and donors, but that support isn't keeping up with our expenses. So we need to sort of look at things, and that's why I've been sort of, you know, on the hunt with Creative Australia, for instance, with that funding for our Live at Triple R project, looking at other revenue streams.
In terms of 3MBS, we rely, the same as every community broadcaster, on sponsorship, private giving and events, hopefully, and subscriptions. We have a much smaller base to start with, and for us, our private giving is our largest. We have bequests and major giving gifts that help us, and we have to remember that radio stations are technical organisations, so we have a massive cost in keeping our technical capacity up. We're not just a radio station anymore, even though that is what we have a licence and a remit, but as we know, it has to be so much more in terms of our community engagement, in terms of having podcasts and streaming, and it is a very diverse and interesting, absolutely interesting role, but it's becoming more and more complex, and our needs are becoming to keep our listeners there are required. So we are sustainable, but it relies on a lot of private giving, which is totally unpredictable year in, year out. We can say we have a base, and sponsorship for us is growing, which is nice, but subscriptions are staying static. So we are, with PBS, the three largest community radio stations. And if we're having trouble, then the rest of them are having a worse go of it.
Can I just come back to Mr. Houchen? You mentioned that you might need to look at some of your peripheral activities. Can I just confirm, are you talking about the performance space? Is that one of the peripheral activities you're looking at?
Absolutely.
And when we say looking at it, what are you looking at?
I think I'm, what are we, 2 weeks away from our main subscription and donation drive, Radiothon, kicking off on Friday, 16th of August. So, I mean, for us, it's really a matter of if we can't see that growth through our traditional revenue streams, then we need to look to fund those sorts of more peripheral activities, or potentially roll them back if we need to, you know.
So you don't want to scare the horses just yet. It's
No,
early days, but
yeah.
it's in the mix. All right, thank you. I don't want to.
Certainly, no decision made.
But it's been reviewed.
Yeah.
Ms. Coker.
Thank you. Look, I think that community radio plays a very important role in encouraging live music, and particularly Triple R is, you know, you're out there and you're doing a fantastic job of it. But what I'm interested, and I love the volunteers that you have who talk about the live music they like, and it's a real conversation. But I'm from a regional area and down Geelong Way, and I know that radio station is struggling.
Yeah.
And they've just come to me recently. They do good work, but I'm wondering, while you have a reach across the state and beyond that, but having a local community radio station that can provide an opportunity for people to play live, talk about music live for that specific area, like how do we encourage those community radio stations to replicate, not maybe on the scale that you have, but to help them, help all of us to lift live music? I know that's a big question.
It is a big question, and I think I assume you're talking about Pulse in Geelong, and I mean our regional and sub-metro stations do a wonderful job of representing their local communities, and I think there are similar initiatives being run by community radio stations all around the country in really remote and regional areas. I think further funding for the sector, I mean one of the sector's key goals is really to share skills and to share programs and projects, and I mean further funding for the sector is only going to help in that regard. We have a community radio network where programs can be shared, and that sort of thing as well. And I think, further work, further funding to allow, particularly the Community Broadcasting Association of Australia, to help stations network and share skills. Is sort of probably the most key thing I can think of.
Yeah, I think they've just got to apply for a grant from CBF, Community Broadcasting Foundation. Get that grant, that's your artist fees, find a venue that won't charge a lot, and start advertising it, promoting it on their airways in all different ways. It is about bringing the community together, and that's what you've just got to keep saying, is that support your local artists, support the venue, and come and be part of our community. You know, if you love our station, show your support. Do it during a radiothon. I don't know if they do radiothons where, as Dave said, for us it's a month where we talk about how good we are. Yeah. And people, you know, usually subscribe. And just during that annual event, and you have a live event attached to it, that will start, and then just get it bigger and bigger. We did that with Made in Melbourne. It's been 2 years. But we had seven events each year, but we got grants, and I also made sure we got venue hire for free and all those sorts of things. The artists always got paid. That was our priority. Yep. But don't have to start as big as we did, but at least that will at least start getting people aware that you'll have this live event annually, and it'll be a good one.
I think key issues for community broadcasters, going back to Ms Daniel's question before as well, And Gail's response to that is making sure that we're available on as many platforms as our audiences want to receive us by, you know. It's really hard to get stats on all third-party devices and things like that, but I know lots of people are asking their smart speakers for Triple R every morning, because anytime something goes wrong with Google, I hear about it, you know. So I think it's keeping up with modern platforms and the ways people want to see us, but also keeping up with visibility and making stations as visible as possible in their local communities. So broadcasting live, putting yourself out there in front of your local community, making sure that they're informed about who you are.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Ms Coker. Ms Templeman?
Thank you. It is great to hear community radio being talked about. I started out in community radio, 2SER-FM in Sydney, and I saw heaps of musicians getting their first exposure there, and that happens. Mine was a long time ago. It feels to me like it's even more important these days. And I guess I'm interested in hearing what you see in terms of the musicians, whether they be playing contemporary orchestral or string quartet or whatever type of music, as well as in bands and stuff. Just the difference you're seeing in musicians and their ability to take risks and pursue what they're doing. Just over the time that you have been involved with your respective stations, and whether there has been a shift in recent years.
I just think the resilience of young people and youth is just amazing, and they're composing and they're performing and they're just getting on with it. I see it from our perspective, our radio station, is that we have a number of programs that support that, and it's absolutely essential that we get these young people in classical music out there, because the audiences are dropping for classical music programs and concerts, and for them, I think I've had a couple of artists, a couple of musicians say we're really concerned in 10 years whether I'll have a career or not, because audiences are dropping, particularly in Melbourne. So I would hope that with extra funding we can make a difference to these young people, that we can make sure that there's a consistent level of live music for them and that audiences come.
I would say from a Triple R perspective, I haven't really seen a substantial change over time. I think, we've just been through, a really major world event where we set up a live music program where everything was streamed, and we were sanitising a laptop and mics and stuff that would be dropped off at musicians' houses, and they'd be performing in their share houses to sort of live Triple R audiences over YouTube and Facebook. In terms of our regular activities with the musicians, I think it's the same as it ever was, and we represent and promote musicians from really early in their careers, really emerging artists, and right through to people who are sustaining lifelong careers in music. And we have sort of success stories like Courtney Barnett, who I'm sure was sort of first played on Triple R before anywhere else, Amel and the Sniffers, Sampa the Great, these artists who have gone on to international acclaim in recent years, who start with airplay on community broadcasters like Triple R, and now they come back and support the station, and they'll play in our performance space, and they just do it because they love it and they know it's home base. It's where things started for them. And then there's other well-known Australian artists like Paul Cowley and Tim Rogers from UMI and Jen Clower, who call the station up as fans to give our presenters feedback on the music they've been playing, you know. And I'm sure would sort of speak to community broadcasting as just being a fundamental base for maintaining artists' careers. Those who are lucky enough for music to ever become a career. I'm a big fan of music, and I think in the Triple R world, we're such big fans of music that it's not even always about a career either. There's a lot of hobbyist musicians, and it's about the art as well. And I think that passion hasn't waxed or waned or changed in any great way. The musical genres always change, but the enthusiasm's always there.
Thank you. Ms Templeman, anything else?
Thank you. No, thank you, Chair.
Lovely. Look, thank you both. I'll ask you, give you the chance to offer your opinion on this. If there's one single recommendation we need to make to the government, you know, the most important recommendation to ensure there's a strong, healthy live music sector in Australia, what is it?
Can I give you two?
Sure. Be greedy.
On behalf of community broadcasters, it would absolutely be that central funding increase for community broadcasters that we've been asking for some time, that the Revive policy seemed to sort of be supporting, but that didn't come through in the federal budget. So I think that would be number one. And my second ask is kind of, I guess whenever we're thinking about live music and for that matter, arts and culture in Australia, that community broadcasting is a part of that conversation, that community broadcasters are listed as being possible applicants for grants and funding in those areas, because we do so much work in these areas, supporting these sectors day to day, but often we're seen as being somewhat outside those sectors because we're part of community broadcasting. And so that would be my second one. What about you, Gail?
Southwell?
And if I could support Dave in that, I used to work in theatre and I was able to get triennial funding from Australia Council, from Creative Victoria, from City of Melbourne. We could get project funding. Now, as soon as I moved to radio, I can't get any funding at all from any of those funders. So, and when we had Rise, we couldn't get funding because our primary income was not performance. So we were out completely unable to go for that funding as well. We do live performance. We have promoted live performance for 50 years. The community radio stations do that instinctively, and I would also ask for an increase in that money so we can continue doing what we do. We need that funding, as I spoke to Ms Coker about how you just start off, and the first thing you need is a grant. That's the first thing you need for an organisation that's got backing like us, just to start. And then it will continue. But you do need that funding initially.
I mentioned before we were lucky enough to get 6 months of funding for Live at Triple R through Creative Australia. And when we applied for the second 6 months, asked what are our chances, is there anything I can do to increase our chances, what's the feedback on the first project? And they just sort of said, well, you got it the first time, so chances are you'll be lucky. Then we didn't receive the funding, and the only feedback that I received was that it was, what did they describe it as, unfunded excellence. And you sort of go, what can I do with that though? Like a bit of visibility would be wonderful when it comes to funding too. And part of me goes, is it because we're a community broadcaster? Because there's certainly times where we're outside of the brief.
Yeah.
Thank you both for your attendance at today's hearing. I appreciate those final comments. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there's anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by 19 August 2024, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections, and you're both released. And we're just going to have a short break for about five or so minutes, just so short break, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes. But thank you. You can both go. Thumbs up. All right. I will now call Mr. Christopher Easy. Is that correct? Thank you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today?
Thank you. Yep. My name is Christopher Easy. I'm here as a PhD candidate from the National Drug and Alcohol Research Centre, presenting part of my PhD findings from a recently published systematic review.
Thank you, Mr Easy. Soon to be Dr Easy, we can hope. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. And before inviting you to make an opening statement, we'll introduce ourselves. To my right.
I'm Bridget Archer. I'm the member for Bass in Tasmania.
Zoe Daniel, member for Goldstein in Melbourne.
And on the phone we have
Susan Templeman, the member for Macquarie and Special Envoy for the Arts.
And I'm Brian Mitchell, the Chair and member for Lions in Tasmania. And we now invite you to make an opening statement if you wish, Mr Easy.
So thank you for the opportunity to contribute into this inquiry, into the challenges and opportunities within the Australian live music industry. So, as mentioned, my name is Christopher Easy and I'm a PhD candidate at the National Drug and Alcohol Research Centre at UNSW. I'm here on behalf of a collaborative team of my supervisors and co-authors, namely Associate Professor Philip Wadds from UNSW, Dr. Monica Barrett from RMIT, Associate Professor Caitlin Hughes from Flinders, and Dr. Dominique D'Andrade from Griffith University. So we have heard across many submissions and hearings at this inquiry about the dramatic increase in costs of running live music events. These are a major threat to the overall viability of the sector and have already required a number of festivals and tours to be cancelled, with significant and ongoing impacts on the broader economy of host locations, including many in regional Australia. Part of these cost increases have been documented as related to the increased need for health and safety measures that are often mandated component of event delivery. It is critical, therefore, that any required service is evidenced to be effective at delivering on safety outcomes. This is the basis of our submission today. We recently published a systematic review in the Harm Reduction Journal that aimed to collate and analyse the evidence regarding the effectiveness of strategies targeting alcohol and drug-related harms in licensed entertainment settings and outdoor music festivals globally. This comprehensive review screened 48,303 articles and identified 100 relevant studies that examined strategies for mitigating alcohol and drug-related harms. Just to narrow down a little bit on those articles, 88 were regarding licensed entertainment settings and precincts, and 12 were specifically around festivals. And from the 100 articles, 41 were around Australia specifically. Alcohol and drug use in licensed entertainment settings and outdoor music festivals has been associated with various harms, including excessive intoxication, overdose, poor mental health, offending behaviours such as violence or public disorder offences, sexual risk-taking, drug-affected driving, sexual violence, risk of victimisation, and even death. These harms not only place a significant burden on acute health services, including ambulances and hospitals, but also increase the risk profile of festival and live music events. This in turn affects the level of resourcing required for future iterations and impacts the viability of festivals due to increased costs. To address and reduce these harms, numerous services, programs, campaigns, and interventions have been introduced globally. Harm reduction strategies aim to mitigate the health, criminal justice, and social harms associated with alcohol and drug use without necessarily eliminating use. In licensed entertainment precincts and outdoor music settings, outdoor music festival settings, interventions such as drug checking, transport initiatives, on-site medical services, chill-out or roaming support services, liquor licensing laws and regulations, licensed venue staff training, and policing and compliance strategies have been trialled and implemented. These interventions vary in focus regarding the targeted population group, settings, targeted harms, and drug types. In recent years, many of these measures have been combined to develop more complex, multi-component approaches that encourage changes in local policies, structures, systems, and alcohol and drug use cultures. Our review addresses these critical knowledge gaps, providing an updated synthesis of interventions that impact harms in these settings. This comprehensive approach allows us to evaluate not just how interventions reduce harm, but also their broader impact, including instances where they may increase harm. We have found that proactive harm reduction measures can improve safety outcomes, thereby reducing the need for extensive policing at events. This not only enhances the safety and experience of festival goers, but also reduces the high costs associated with user-paid policing, insurance, and other security-related expenses. Our review highlighted that interventions such as the police use of drug detection dogs and high-intensity policing often exacerbate harms and have limited effectiveness in deterring drug use or targeting supply-level drug offences. Given what we have heard about dramatically increasing police costs at the inquiry so far in New South Wales, the results of our study indicates a need to review the continuation of policing strategies in relation to festivals across the state. Conversely, interventions like on-site medical services and drug checking are associated with safer consumer behaviour, improved health outcomes, and reduced demands on both on-site and off-site health services. By tracking these outcomes, we can demonstrate a reduction in harms at music festivals, which could lead to lower event insurance costs and in turn improve the economic viability of these events. Our research emphasizes the effectiveness of multi-component interventions as well in reducing health risks and criminal incidents at music festivals. Our research aligns closely with the goals of this inquiry, particularly in recommending actionable evidence-based strategies that can be integrated into policy frameworks to support a thriving live music sector. We believe that our findings can inform policy decisions and contribute to strategic planning aimed at overcoming current challenges and maximizing future opportunities in the industry. Furthermore, I would like to provide a broader context to my PhD research, as this is only the first component, which explores harm reduction strategies within Sydney, Melbourne, and Amsterdam's nighttime economies, which could also be applicable to outdoor music festival settings. This cross-national comparison examines various approaches to harm reduction in nightlife settings and draws comparison between these international cities. The goal is to identify best practices and develop a framework that can be applied to enhance safety and well-being in these environments. By understanding the successes and challenges faced by different cities, we can inform local policies and interventions that promote a safer, more vibrant economy. We appreciate the committee's consideration of our submission and look forward to contributing further to this crucial inquiry. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Easey, and I'm sure the committee members look forward to peppering you with questions. I'll start. We took evidence very early on from the insurance industry, who suggested that pill testing, we were taken somewhat aback by their evidence, it can be said, I certainly was, I shouldn't speak for others. They suggested that pill testing actually increases premiums because they suggested the reason for that was that by having pill testing at a venue, at a festival, that means that there's a perceived tolerance of drug use at that festival, which then leads to a greater risk of an event, an insurable event. Your thesis would seem to convey the opposite. How do you convince the insurance industry that more what you call harm reduction measures bring down the cost of insurance rather than increase it?
Sure. I just don't want to overstep my boundaries here. I'm a policy researcher, so talking about things around insurance is slightly outside of the scope of my expertise. However, I'm wondering which insurance companies did you speak to, as in which countries are they based in?
We spoke to the Insurance Australia, I think it was. Insurance Council, which is the representative body of insurers generally.
Sure. Again, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but my understanding is sometimes seeking insurance from overseas providers can bring those premiums way down and make them viable for those providing this sort of service. And
we've had evidence that getting insurance in Australia is very difficult.
Sure. For
live events, and so there's only one or two providers that will provide it, and I think at least the major one is based overseas. But I guess the core of the issue is that there was my understanding. It made sense to me that if you have pill testing, that that will probably bring the insurance cost down. But they said no, it doesn't. It actually raises the cost. And I'm just wondering, do you think you're in a position to address that issue or not?
Outside of the confines of this chat, yes, but not.
Okay, fair enough.
Not here.
Right, that's fine.
Any degree of professional
No, that's okay. No, we're
certainty.
Taking, this is a serious matter. We're taking parliamentary
Sure.
evidence. So if you don't feel you're able to put it on the parliamentary record, I'd fully respect that. In terms of the harm reduction measures you've been talking about, does your evidence go, or does your thesis in any way go to, is it even possible to have a distinction in harm caused by legal substances versus illicit and illegal? I guess what I'm really asking is alcohol consumption any more or less harmful than taking pills?
It's been shown time and time again that by far alcohol has the most harms compared to illicit drugs. Now,
when we say harms, is that harms to the person consuming it, or just the violence that could be a result of antisocial behaviour, or the risk to the person?
On both levels. Okay. And I could provide a study around that actually shows levels of harms and orders different drugs from top to bottom in terms of harms to the self and harms to others.
All right. That would have an interesting impact on the business model for a lot of live music. And what is your understanding of the reasons for police presence at festivals in particular? And we've had a fair bit of evidence about the amount of policing New South Wales has. Is it to detect drugs at festivals, or is it to prevent violence, or a combination of both? Do you have has your research led you to any greater understanding of why there is a requirement for police presence at those festivals?
From my preliminary analysis, I understand that New South Wales in particular has always had a more punitive approach to policing the use and distribution of illicit drugs.
And that carries a fairly significant cost to the festival organisers, so that there's a direct impact on the viability of the live music.
Correct. So under the Music Festivals Act, certain festivals have to put in certain provisions in order to get their licence, and quite often festivals that are deemed as more high risk have to pay more for a certain threshold of police to be present in order for the festival to go ahead.
Right. And do you have any knowledge about why some festivals are deemed to be high risk?
My understanding is that it has to do with the beats per minute of the music played.
Oh, right.
Yes.
So
there's a supposed correlation between, let's call it, higher intensity music and the sort of substances that are used.
Yeah.
So, for instance, higher beats per minute equates to a greater probability of certain stimulants or things like MDMA.
And is that, I mean, let's not assume that's wrong. I mean, is that an evidence-based assumption on the behalf of those who have made that rule? Is there, given your expertise in alcohol and drug research, is that a fair assumption to make?
I think it's more of a stigmatizing assumption, especially if we think about events where alcohol is more predominantly used, where you might not necessarily have music with higher beats per minute.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, I think that's interesting, as we've heard some evidence around different genres of music. I think that was in Sydney, around different genres of music, and there being a reluctance for them to perform in certain areas, and that would seem to fit more with what you were saying, that there's a reason why those particular genres might be considered more risky, and it's related to that other potential for that other behaviour. Would you think that was, yeah?
Absolutely. And thinking about other broader cultural events like the races and things like that, where there is alcohol and illicit drug use, my understanding is that these sorts of events aren't as targeted as harshly as certain music events. Again, which I think comes down to a degree of stigma.
This might not go to your research, but much of what we've heard is around in changing behaviours amongst consumers, both people going to music festivals and also to live venues, and whether they're consuming alcohol in the way that they once did. Can you speak to that at all, in terms of whether that may be as a result of harm minimisation measures that may have been introduced over time, and we've seen like drink driving laws and then responsible service of alcohol and other things, and how much is just a change in community attitude, for example?
I think it's a multifaceted thing. So generationally, alcohol is falling out of favour. Alcohol is becoming more expensive. Likewise, the sorts of events that are being put on are attracting certain demographics of kids with certain preferences for certain substances. Yeah, I think it also comes down to how much money do you have to spend on that night, and where do you want to get your bang for buck? Ultimately, I think alcohol and drug use isn't going to go away, despite the best efforts for the last 70 years. So this is where my research comes in terms of taking a different, more harm reduction focused approach. Was there also a question there around changing behaviours in terms of accessing information around how to change behaviours?
I was really around whether people's attitude to alcohol in particular had changed. Yeah.
Sure. I think definitely the rising costs of alcohol is changing use patterns.
And you said that your work had looked at, was it Sydney, Melbourne and Amsterdam, and what some of those areas may be doing well in terms of this. Can you expand on that a little?
I'd be happy to. Again, the focus of me being here is the systematic review, which is looking at studies around the world. This component of my study, I'm in the midst of preliminary analysis. I'm happy to discuss preliminary findings, but I can't speak with the same level of confidence at this stage, given the analysis is still ongoing.
Okay.
Why did I choose Amsterdam? It has the second highest number of festivals per capita in the world. It has a thriving music industry and festival industry. It has a huge tourist sector dedicated to the live music and festival industry. Comparatively, I think Australia's forte doesn't exactly lie in festivals. Why are they comparable? We both have harm reduction in our national drug policy as one of our pillars. We've always took more forward-thinking harm reduction approaches generally at a broader drug policy level, things like supervised consumption rooms. My question is, why can't harm reduction be applied to a whole array of illicit substances?
That's great. Thank you.
Ms. Templeman?
Yes, thank you. Thanks so much for sharing your research and the collaborative research. I just want to unpack the reasons why around the risk-taking behaviour and how the pill testing or other harm prevention things reduce the risk-taking behaviour. Are you able to speak to that?
Absolutely. So, drug checking and pill testing isn't per se specifically about getting the results of your substance being checked. It's a brief intervention. People go there and it's a space where you can discuss a whole array of health concerns which could be related to illicit substance use or licit substance use, where you wouldn't ordinarily feel comfortable discussing that with a peer, with a clinician, with your parents, with your teachers, whoever. It's an opportunity for an intervention, and it doesn't necessarily have to focus around your results per se. Having said that, if something lethal is detected in your substance, it's crucial for that person to know, to make an informed decision as to whether they're going to go ahead and take it. And more often than not, people will dispose of a dangerous substance. Another thing that's important to consider about drug checking is it helps monitor illicit drug trends. As we recently saw earlier this year, there was contaminated pills which had synthetic opioids found at a festival in New South Wales, which is actually quite distressing to hear that opioids are now contaminating pills. And as a result, certain festivals have now had to provide an increase in provisions for Narcan and naloxone, which historically was never the case. I think just that one example should be a reason to have pill testing at a festival in order to give people live feedback and make live announcements in case dangerous substances are floating around.
I was looking at at one of the attachments you had about the behaviour when there was police or justice provisions. By contrast, can you just explain what you identified in terms of risky consumption practices or other risk behaviours when that is what's present? Because you obviously have done a really good comparison of the two.
Sure. So out of the 100 studies, we identified 6 studies that focus specifically on policing strategies. Off the top of my head, there were at least 3 of those studies looked at the use of drug detection dogs. And for the most part, these were all strong rated quality studies. These studies showed that people would dangerously internally conceal drugs, putting themselves at greater risk. And in terms of risky consumption patterns, that has to do with people panic consuming their drugs. Seeing that there's a dog present, and if they have several pills in their pocket, panic consuming those drugs for fear of getting in trouble. Now, this isn't just the case for the entrance of festivals. Police, particularly in New South Wales, have been known to sometimes roam around the dance floor and campsites with drug detection dogs, putting lots of people on edge. I think we also have to think about patrons thinking about the risks associated with being at festivals now, not in terms of just personal health and safety, but with how things are policed. And I think that could quite often deter people from wanting to go out, and as a result have an economic impact on festivals overall. And I'm not just talking about people who use illicit drugs. I mean anyone's general perception of what it means to be going out or going to a festival.
So can I ask you just to try and draw some strings together from that. And we've obviously touched on this previously, but does it surprise you that from a liability or an insurance liability perspective that there is a judgment made that pill testing creates more risky behaviour than, for instance, than having heavy policing present? And would you assume that if people are thinking that it's that it's the policing that is going to limit or reduce risky behaviour, would you think that that is simply because they're not looking at facts, but it's kind of going to beliefs that human beings may have?
There is no evidence to suggest that drug checking or pill testing increases people's use of drugs or thinking that drug use is inherently safe. The first thing that a worker at a pill testing service will say to you is that the safest thing you can do is not take this drug or take any drug. It's not a green light to take a drug. The person is just given more information and able to exercise their autonomy based off of that information. And one would like to think that if a substance tests as dangerous, they're not going to take it. In fact, I have 2 studies to suggest that you're more likely to dispose of a drug if it's not what you bought it as. So, beg your pardon, do you mind repeating the policing question?
Yeah, I guess it's just, what does it surprise you that this sort of evidence appears not to being part of the decision making of insurers when it comes to determinations around insurance because of the liability issues?
Okay, I will take this question on notice because, as I previously mentioned, I'm not an expert in terms of insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Easy.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Tillman. Ms. Daniel?
I only have one, actually, and it's sort of related, so whether you'll be able to answer it or not. It was really around how far we are from the accepted wisdom of what you're saying, that having pill testing is better and therefore reduces risk, because evidently there's still a societal question around this, and in order for insurance companies to accept that premise, I guess community has to accept that premise. So with all the research that you've done, as obviously this is happening all around the world, how far do we have to go, do you think?
So just to reiterate, pill testing is not a magic bullet. It's not going to save everyone from illicit drug harms. How long and how far? The Netherlands has been doing drug checking for over 30 years. That's just one country in Europe. I think there's several dozen countries that have implemented drug checking as part of their national strategy. I don't know why Australia is dragging its feet, to be honest. I'm not sure if it's a cultural trope or if it has to do with moralizing hedonistic behaviors. I think, though, that the younger generations are more accepting of this sort of stuff, so I think inevitably there's going to be a turn in public opinion. I think on the whole, if you were to ask someone about harm reduction as a philosophy, and harm reduction doesn't necessarily mean not abstinence. You could have both, and what could lead to the other. I think it'll just take more education that starts at a younger age and having awareness about this sort of stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daniel. I'll just get a couple which are sort of related to those just before we wrap up. What other jurisdictions are you aware of overseas, it comes to mind, about policing at comparable venues what do other jurisdictions do when it comes to policing or even just security at comparable venues to here in Australia, and what are the impacts of that different approach?
Can you please rephrase the question?
So, can you point to an example in another jurisdiction, such as Amsterdam or somewhere else that you've researched, where venues are policed in a way that's different to Australia, and what are the discernible impacts of that methodology in terms of harms associated with drug taking or violence, how violence is managed. Essentially, are there differences in policing, and what are the impacts of those differences?
Sure. I can't speak to any quantitative evidence, but speaking to certain stakeholders who are involved in this space. So there used to be drug detection dogs in the Netherlands 12 to 15 years ago. But after a lot of community and public outcry, the police actually listened and has ceased to use drug detection dogs. Somewhere like the Netherlands, the police are more focused on the social well-being of patrons. If someone is caught with 1 or 2 pills, the pills are confiscated and the person can go into the venue. They aren't banned from the venue or banned from the event. Now, when you're reaching more trafficable quantities, that's a completely different story. We're talking about personal use here. Same goes with the security protocols. Security catches you with 1 or 2 pills. They get confiscated and you can go into the venue. They have quite a different approach to harm reduction in the Netherlands compared to us. We generally have, in terms of drug education and welfare spaces and outreach, they have much more of a focus on drug education. Whereas I would say in Australia, we actually have a much fuller harm reduction service in terms of services like DanceWise, New South Wales and in Victoria. It seems as though the police are less gung-ho in the Netherlands. How that translates in terms of ambulance call-outs, I don't know.
Okay.
Would
that information be available?
I will take that question on notice.
The reason I ask is it's sort of tangential to what Ms Daniels was asking, I think, is that if there's a reluctance in Australia to take on board the findings and the research you're saying is clearly evident in your evidence that this stuff works, and the Netherlands has been doing it for so long, why aren't we doing it? The question I ask is, well, where's the evidence that what's happening in the Netherlands is working? So what I would like to know from a public policy perspective is, well, if this methodology has been happening in the Netherlands for 15 years, where is the evidence that there are fewer deaths, more social good, as you say, that maybe more people going to live music than here because they're not as worried about being caught on an outstanding warrant by the cops or whatever it is. But where's the evidence of the two systems that weighs it in their favour?
Sure. Yeah, I'd have to get back to you on that
All right.
to give you any valid figures and statistics. It's also worth remembering that the Netherlands has quite a different drug market to Australia.
Yeah.
Much more readily available and much cheaper. A lot of illicit drugs come through the port of Rotterdam and flood the rest of Europe, whereas comparatively here our drugs are much more expensive and not as easily accessible and generally not as good quality.
Good being a relative term.
Yeah, correct. In terms of monitoring trends and as such.
Yeah. Look, thank you very much for your attendance at today's hearing, Mr. Easy. if you've been asked to provide any additional information, there are a few things that you've said you'd take on notice and you'll provide, so I appreciate that. Or if there's anything else you would like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by the 19th of August 2024, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to which you may suggest corrections. And there being no further witnesses scheduled, I ask a member to move the committee stand adjourned. So moved by the Deputy Chair, and I hear furious agreement from all members. The committee stands adjourned till tomorrow. Thank you.